This story happened in October of 2004, back when I was still a third-year high school student. My friends and I stuck around the school late at night after our annual Halloween party. We had agreed to try out my friend's Ouija board. It wasn't the brightest idea, but we needed a thrill. We found a nice spot under a huge Nara tree and proceeded with our half-assed ritual. There were about 5 of us, 2 boys and 3 girls. We were all expecting some kind of paranormal contact. Rumors had it that our school was haunted, but we'd never really experienced anything firsthand, and it was Halloween when all the spirits came out to play. We all wanted to get spooked. Also, we've never seen a Ouija board firsthand before, so we were really stoked. Our school was an old Spanish colonial house built in the 1800s when the Spaniards still occupied the Philippines. We were in a section of the school that doesn't get used often. Located beside a creepy old Jesuit house, people only go there when they needed to use the restroom, store equipment on one of the sheds, or make out with their boyfriend/girlfriend. We sat down in the middle of an open space, with only an exposed, bare bulb nearby illuminating our surroundings. We were all having a laugh scaring each other with what-if scenarios. It was your typical dumb kids doing dumb things kind of night. My friend who brought the Ouija board proceeded to place it in the middle of our circle. If I remember correctly, it was the glow-in-the-dark version, which we found hilarious, but it did give us the ability to see what was written in the dark. Not knowing what to do, and going after what we've only seen in movies, we all proceeded to place our index finger on top of the planchette. We sat there looking at each other until one of us said, "What's next?" We didn't know if there was a proper way to start the ritual. Plus, the board didn't come with instructions, so we decided to just throw in a question. "Is anyone there?" I called into the darkness. "If there are any spirits living here, please speak to us," one of the girls joined in. We clearly had no idea what we were doing, and still, nothing happened. Not even the slightest bit of wind. One of my friends jerked the planchette, and the girl who brought the Ouija board screamed, breaking the silence. We all laughed at how ridiculous that it was. After a bit more joking around, we decided to give it another go. We all placed our index fingers on the planchette once more and asked, "If there's anyone there, we would like to make contact." "Don't break the circle," one of my friends jokingly said. "Shut up," I whispered. We were just about to get ready to give up when the wind started to pick up. The stillness broke, and the darkness around us seemed to move. Just a coincidence, we thought. "Okay, don't break the circle," I said. "Is anyone there?" I was excited. It was like a scene from a film with dirt and dead leaves swirling all around us. "Guys, I'm scared," my friend sitting beside me said. "My mom warned me about playing with forces that we don't know." "Did you die here?" I asked. "Were you killed during the war? Are you the headless priest that roams these halls? Do you know Jose Ritzel, our national hero? Are you a hottie?" My friend giggled. At this point, we were all throwing out random, stupid questions, and there was still nothing. "This is bull. I don't want to do this anymore," my friend said, exasperated. We were all thinking the same thing. Just then, a group of dogs from the neighboring house started barking at us through the chain-link fence. These 6 dogs were growling and showing teeth. We all screamed, and without finishing the ritual, bolted right out of there. We didn't see each other until after Halloween break, and this is where the story gets really creepy. One of the girls told us about a weird experience she had the night after playing with the Ouija board. She had gotten home late after hanging out with her friends from the neighborhood when she realized she forgot the keys to her house. So she called up her brother, who was then still sharing a room with her, and what he said crept the hell out of her. He swore that she was already home. He claimed to have seen her walk in a while ago, and that she looked really tired, and that he saw her head straight to bed. Weird, but no need to freak ourselves out, was all we really thought about it. Besides, her brother must have just been tired and seeing things. But then my other friend started telling us about an encounter that she had that Halloween night. She was going up to her room when the lights began to flicker as she was ascending the staircase. She shrugged it off, blaming it on faulty wiring. But just then, she saw the door to her room open, and a dark figure stepped out and stood atop their staircase. She couldn't make out the entity's face, but she recounted that she couldn't move, and felt utter dread as the figure stared down at her. "No way," my best friend, who just joined in the conversation, said in disbelief. "Something happened to me as well." He recalled that he was sleeping one night, when he woke up feeling really uncomfortable. He described his vision as having TV-like static, and that there was a feeling of heaviness that surrounded him. He looked around the room, and that's when he saw a bloody, charred face with piercing red eyes grinning at him through the window. I couldn't believe what I was hearing, because I had an almost run-in with death that night. After the ritual, I was sleeping in our sedan on the way home after fooling around with the Ouija board when I felt our car jerk. I woke up instantly. Looking out the window, I discovered that we had been hit by a huge oil tanker. I panicked and leaped out of the car. Luckily, my mom and I survived the crash since the front of the car was a total wreck. I still don't have an explanation as to why those things happened to us, but I'm thankful that nothing else happened after that. I've never played or gotten near a Ouija board since. Happy Valentine's Day weekend to everyone. Not a lot of romance happening in the Gribble house, but we did have a lot of action. On Sunday evening this past week, a pair of childhood friends named Katie and Lauren investigated with us. The two girls had a mutual friend that had passed away when they were kids, named Lauren. As they investigated, they could hear her name being said through the ghost box. Several times in a row, and all over the warehouse. The girls told our lead investigator, Kelly, that she had been to see a psychic in the past and had been told that her deceased friend Lauren was definitely with her. Another group investigating on Sunday night were using the Ovilus on dictionary mode, and they had both the Ovilus and the spirit box say, "Save her," twice in a row. While Kelly was seated in the slave quarters with several guests who were investigating, they heard from a spirit named Anthony and his wife, as well as a child spirit named Will. Tuesday night was great as well. The ghost box and ghost meters were the star of the show that night. A ton of different names came through, like Adam, Helen, Tom, Meredith, and of course, Paul. Paul was his regular charming self, and called one of the investigators as Fat Ass. One of the women investigating asked, "Why would you say such a thing?" To which she got the response of his laughter through the ghost box. Paul was fairly cooperative that night, actively communicating through the ghost box with several groups of guests. However, when they requested that he do things like touch their hands or move the EMF detectors, his response was simply no. We got some amazing EVPs that night through the ghost boxes. One group investigating asked a spirit if they were nice, to which they got the response, "What do you want?" Another group got a sinister response from their questions. They asked a spirit named Tom, who told them that he was the one who killed Meredith and the lady by the door. The investigation on Friday night went great as well. Orbs were everywhere, as well as EMF and ghost meter action. Don't forget about the Raggedy Ann doll. Several times during the evening, she lit up from head to toe, not just the hands or feet separately. One man investigating told a female spirit that he was communicating with that if anything or anyone decided to follow him home that evening, that he would be very ticked off. The only response that he got to that was laughter through the ghost box, along with the word clown. Another group was using the spirit box, and ended up conversing with a soldier from the Revolutionary War who answered questions about the battle through the ghost meter. The battle was the Siege of Savannah. A few children were heard from Friday night as well. One little box told the investigators that his name was Leo. When they said goodbye to Leo for the night, the right hand of the Raggedy Ann doll lit up. Over near the residual haunting area, they could hear children's giggles through the spirit box. When Kelly was leaving the warehouse for the night, she thought that she could see an older man standing inside the gated area of the Gribble house. Needless to say, she left with chills that evening. Last night, on Valentine's Day, we had 2 separate investigations. During the first, the Raggedy Ann doll had some very interesting action. While seated in the slave quarters, everyone investigating was focused on the doll, just as the doll moved, all on its own. A little child named Wendy was heard from the spirit box in the slave quarters as well, and the REM pod lit up with small touches. As the guests were leaving the warehouse from the first hour, a few of them were looking back into the building and swore that they saw 2 women entering the area by the bathroom, but no one was there. During the second investigation, a group of 2 saw a black shadow figure moving along the Gribble house walls, accompanied by a dramatic drop in temperature as well as whispers and strange noises. Yet another great week of investigation at the Gribble house paranormal experience. Last night was awfully weird. I was in my childhood home, but at my current age. As I opened the door to my grandmother's room, it suddenly swung back and forth while my hands were still holding it from the side, not the doorknob, and it pulled me forcefully into the room and onto the floor. I felt a cold sweat coming on, but suddenly realized that I had to toughen up and shake it off. I screamed something like, "This is my house! You have no right to scare me! How dare you!" over and over again. I came close to the door and would hear a faint, high-pitched, distorted, tee-hee kind of laugh. Then I woke up. I thought it was already around 6 a.m. because that's usually the time when my alarm goes off. As I grabbed my phone, I was surprised to see that the time was actually 3:07 a.m. I already felt partially awake, as anyone who wakes up at 6 a.m. would. Now I have to force myself back to sleep, or I'll feel awful in the morning. I play some ambient sleep sounds from Alexa while I observe the room, anxiously expecting something out of the ordinary, but nothing happened. I fell back asleep, and in my next dream, I was at a hospital with a group of people that I don't know, but somewhere we were grouped together. There's about 5 or 6 of us in a room, with a dead person in the bed, covered with a sheet. As I left the room, I saw 2 more of the people in our group suddenly appear in a different room, somewhat helping each other put another dead body into a hospital bed while the family weeps. I went back to see the rest of the group in the original room, trying to position the dead body to sit up. The dead guy is of mixed Chinese descent, a bit overweight, and bald. Then some information came into my head that he used to own a restaurant or a bar. As they moved his torso upwards, they failed, and the dead body dropped onto the floor. This is when things start to get really weird, because the dead guy woke up like he was startled from his sleep. He stood up and started chasing us, accusing us of killing him. His bowels were a mess, and I could see a stab wound on his belly and on his lower back. I ran away in a long corridor and found myself in the nurse's changing room. It had open cubicles like the ones from football players' dressing rooms, with scrubs and casual clothes alike hanging on the wall. I was partially covered in the dead guy's bodily fluids, so I washed up. Then a nurse found me. I looked terrified of what happened, so I explained the situation to her and led her to that room. The nurse came in and started to comfort the dead guy. He began to calm down and sat beside the nurse, then closed his eyes. The nurse looked at me, and without talking, some information came into my mind. I learned that he was a hopeless case, so they just let him lie down until he dies, as he was already in the process of dying when we startled him. After that moment, I woke up, and this time it was truly 6 a.m., 6:30-ish already. I didn't feel any dread as you would in a nightmare. I did a bit of research on dream meanings, but I felt that it didn't fit with me. Then I found out the significance of 3:07 a.m. from the movie The Conjuring, so I thought the exact time was just a coincidence, since it's just a movie. I could not remember the last time I woke up in the middle of the night. It would be very, very rare that it's not worth remembering. But waking up at 3 a.m. with 2 weird dreams will definitely stay with me forever. I totally forgot about this happening until my mom brought it up at dinner tonight, and now it's 9:30 at night and I'm scared all over again. This was back in high school, either my freshman or sophomore year. I missed the bus, and I didn't have a car at the time, so my mom had to drive me to school. The road my tiny neighborhood, more like a glorified cul-de-sac, was off of was a long stretch that had only one equally tiny other neighborhood and a few houses here and there. It was 6 a.m. or something and still dark outside, and it was colder than a witch's tit. As we were pulling out of the neighborhood, my mom and I both saw these 3 children in blue and white private school uniforms standing side by side, shoulder to shoulder at the entrance of the neighborhood on the sidewalk. It was either 2 girls and 1 boy or 2 boys and 1 girl. I didn't remember the ratio, but the girls wore a blue and white skirt/dress outfit, and the boy wore a blue short-sleeved shirt with khaki shorts. This was weird for a few reasons. 1, it was 40 degrees outside. They looked like they were dressed for the summer, and they didn't even wear coats or anything. Secondly, there were 2 schools in the area, but not a private school till the next town over, and the blue and white weren't the school's uniform colors. Third, what young kids just stand there in a single file line not doing anything but staring? No joshing around, no nothing? Yeah, right. Lastly, this wasn't where the bus stop was. It was a few blocks down. Just a sprinkle of extra creepy on top. There weren't any streetlights. They were just standing there in the dark, not doing jack except for being creepy as hell. They were on the corner on the right, closest to the passenger side where I was obviously sitting. And of course, we were turning right. As we got closer, I thought that at first they didn't have faces, but it was just too shadowy and dark out, and the headlights only shone under their shoulders, which is how I can remember the outfits so vividly. Then we got closer, and I was relieved to see that they did have faces, but then got completely freaked all over again when I saw that their eyes were all black. Like supernatural Sam and Dean fighting demons, all black. My mom saw it before I did, and she put the pedal to the metal and hightailed it out of there. I remember trying to look back and see them, but I couldn't since it was too dark. My mom didn't go back home until the sun rose, and it was bright enough to not be afraid anymore. Of course, no one believed me at school, and my siblings thought we were just full of it, but we know what we saw. We never saw them again after that, though. I thought that they were spirits. But after a few months, I heard about the black-eyed children on YouTube, or something that made the connection. We moved shortly after that due to unrelated reasons. This was 3 or 4 years ago, and I had blissfully forgotten all about it until my mom said, "Hey, remember when?" And now I want to die. I hope that my irrational anxieties and fear around children that are small enough for me to punt across the soccer field is amusing at least. This happened about 13 years ago. I'm currently 28 and my childhood dog died in early high school for me. This wasn't too long after. Upon looking up what this is, it was most likely a false awakening, but still gives me chills to this day. I shared a room with my older brother, who was a pretty heavy sleeper once he got there. He'd usually be up playing video games all night, and I got used to being able to fall asleep through the sounds of him yelling at COD players for using noob tubes and all that good stuff. One night I woke up feeling the foot of my bed sink in like someone was down there. When I looked, I noticed a small child sitting with his back toward me. The child seemed to be wearing a black shirt with white horizontal stripes. I immediately thought to myself, alright, fuck that, and went back to sleep. I woke up what felt like a few hours later, and he was now standing at the foot of my bed, facing me, holding my dead dog's head in his hands. The child was surrounded by an extremely dark aura, so much so that I didn't gather any details on skin complexion or anything. I immediately lost my shit and freaked out, falling out of my bed. This part creeped me out because the fall was very detailed. I knocked over an acoustic guitar that I had on a stand near my bed when I fell out, and my brother shuffled in his sleep due to the noise. When I tried to wake him up, he mumbled, half asleep, that we needed to get more Pepsi, not an encounter with him that would surprise me at all, and went back to sleep. I then scrambled back into my bed, all while this kid was just watching me, holding my dog's head throughout. I fell back asleep, and then had my real awakening that morning. The guitar was in its stand, and everything was normal. I ended up not telling anybody about this dream. The really fucked up part, and why this particularly bad dream still gives me chills, has to do with the fact that my dog was buried in my backyard, in a little side yard that always had some really weird energy to it. Months later, my friends and I were hanging out, and we usually smoke weed in my backyard close to this side yard area. We had made our way inside and were munching and watching movies when my good friend Joe said that he needed to run to the backyard and get his phone. He went out to get it with his usual demeanor, but I heard his footsteps running full sprint back to the back door into the house. His skin was pale, and he was visibly shaken up. I asked him what was wrong. His response, "Dude, you're going to think I'm crazy, but I just saw a little kid standing where your dog is buried." I am a sensitive. I have seen and experienced the paranormal since I was little. My experiences range from surprising to scary and can happen anytime. I don't control it. The one thing I can count on, though, is something almost always happens to me around Halloween. I'm sure most people know that Halloween is the time when the veil between the worlds is thinnest. It's not just that day. Sometimes as much as 2 weeks, before and after Halloween, the veil is thin enough to severely affect sensitive people like myself. I have a few sensitive friends and know that some can even feel the veil as it thins. Responses to the veil range depending on sensitivity. I have experienced lucid dreaming, vivid dreams, and severe anxiety. I do have anxiety, which I have medication for. Last Halloween, I had a panic attack come out of nowhere. I was shaking and could hardly breathe for no reason. I barely made it back to the car, and I know that it was because of the veil. I don't usually have those attacks since starting my medicine, and I went back to the same mall a few months later and experienced no anxiety. I don't remember everything that happens on Halloween, so the experiences I do remember are usually among the scariest. I'll start with the ones that happened the longest time ago. That Halloween I had a few things happen to me, as expected. I can't remember them, since they didn't really stand out. This experience was more creepy than scary. It was either Halloween night or just after. I couldn't sleep, so I was playing on my phone in the dark. I decided it was time to make myself sleep, so I put my phone down. When I did, I saw a dark, cat-sized shadow jump at my face. I jerked back, thinking that my black cat had jumped up on my bed. I never felt her land on the bed, though. I looked around for her just to realize that she was asleep on the other side of my bed. She would have had to climb over me to lay there from that angle. It took me a while to get to sleep that night. The next one is my sister's experience. It happened either that same year or a little after that. She isn't as sensitive as I am, so her experiences are fewer but stand out more. She was riding home with her boyfriend from the Halloween gathering that they had gone to. It was dark, of course. When he pulled into the driveway to their house, she said that the lights landed on something large that was running on all fours. It was humanoid-shaped. He didn't see it. She told me about it, and I told her it was fine. She was inside, and I told her not to go outside again that night. Last Halloween was my most active one. It was about a week or so before it when I had my panic attack. I also had several lucid dreams, and one very vivid dream that I still cannot convince myself it was just a dream. I also saw much more than ghosts. I have a job that requires me to go to customers' houses to try and make contact with them. That was what I was doing when two of these incidents occurred. I can't remember if they happened on the same night or not, but it was just before Halloween. I was on dimly lit back roads in my small town. In my town, most of the back roads are dark, so I was lucky to have some extra light. I rounded a curve and my lights lit up something standing on the other side of a fence. It was a gray mass that seemed almost two-dimensional. The best way to describe it would be almost like the reports of Bigfoot. It was taller than a human, but shaped similarly. It was not Bigfoot, though. It had no definition to it. I believe it belonged to a different place. I drove faster after seeing it, and took a different road back. The next thing that I saw was very similar to the previous creature, except that it flew. I was in my own car. With the way the windshield slants, I only saw it for a moment. It was almost like a pterodactyl, but it was gray and had no definition, just like the other one. I describe it that way for lack of a better way of describing it. Obviously, I don't think we have extinct flying dinosaurs in my small town in Tennessee. These two creatures sound absurd, I know, and even I would have a hard time believing someone if they described them to me. My last experience of that Halloween was the most terrifying experience that I have ever had around Halloween. I was pulling into my driveway at night after getting off work. It was late, and everyone else would have gone to bed by then. It was the first time I had seen something like it, and hopefully the last. I understand why my sister was freaked out that time. A large, humanoid creature on all fours was running through the yard. I only saw it for a few seconds, but it was close. It was big, maybe twice the size of our chocolate lab. Once we passed each other, I didn't see it again. Needless to say, I made a mad dash into the house and wouldn't let the dogs out to use the bathroom. About 2 years ago, I was going shopping for a Valentine's Day gift for my girlfriend. It's about a 5 to 10 minute walk to the store from where I live. It was around 8 p.m. and I just wanted to get home. I was walking in the road because there's next to no cars going down the road, and I didn't feel like going through the park. I was approaching the park when I realized that I was being followed. I thought nothing of it at first, so I just kept walking. He then got closer and closer, and when I was walking past, I hear a, "Hey kid." I was shocked, but I wanted to ignore him, so I kept going. Then he said it again, a bit more violently. So I turned around, and this guy was within reach of me. I'm 6'1", and this man was a bit taller. He then tried to set up a conversation like, "How's your night?" I felt a bit relieved, and kinda thought poorly of myself for judging him too soon. But I was right in my assumptions. He then tried to keep a conversation going and proceeded to ask me where I was headed. I just told him that I was going to the store. He then walked up to a car and said, "I can give you a ride." I said, "No thanks, I can walk from here." He kept asking that same question, and then he said, "What about car surfing?" And then he tried to show me what it was. I still declined. This guy was really creeping me out. I was still walking down the road while this was happening. He followed me still, and thankfully I was reaching the store, so he left me alone. But not for long. I got the candy heart chocolate box and a teddy bear, and was walking back home when I saw the guy again. The weird part is that he was following me from the other side. I feel like he waited for me just to come walking by again. This was starting to scare me. He then yelled at me again, and I was terrified. I was hesitant, but I turned around. Now he was starting to jog his way over to me. Then I noticed something off. The car was gone, meaning that this guy had either walked here or he wasn't alone. I acted oblivious, like I didn't notice that the car was gone. He tried starting another conversation. I was really uncomfortable, so I just said, "I really need to get back," and I started walking faster toward the fastest route home, which is through an alley. When I was going through, he was gone, and I was thankful. But when I was walking down the alley, I don't know what it was, but I saw the same car that he was claiming as his own. When I got home, I wanted to know more about this guy. I looked online for something about him and there was nothing, of course. I wanted to know about the car. I didn't believe for a second that it was his, so I looked it up, and it was reported as stolen. I reported it just in case. I'm not sure if they ever found it, or ever found the guy in general. I just hope that I never have to deal with him again. I want to start by saying that I'm no stranger to odd dreams. I have experienced sleep paralysis many a time throughout my life. I had a dream shadow stalker for years, and I used to have a haunted bed frame that gave me some of the worst night terrors I've ever had. I have shaman blood on my dad's side, and I myself have been studying various aspects of the occult and paranormal for over a decade. But those stories are for another post. I'm just used to this sort of thing. I wanted to express that. That leads me here. Not sure if anyone's felt this as well, but I have been a ball of anxiety lately. Obviously related to the uncertainty in the world and all, yet I still shouldn't feel it this much. The dreams I've been experiencing have been extremely strange. Like I said, I have vivid, lifelike dreams constantly, but typically they're broken up. I have been having Inception-style dreams for the past 2 months every time I go to sleep. Like I'll dream of actually waking up and going about my day, but then I actually wake up. It's so disorientating. Last night, I had a very weird dream. The strangest of them all. I can't recall what I was doing, but I remember distinctly being in a dark, dusty room. The only part I truly know is that there was some kind of box or container with a lid in front of me. Everything was in first person. It felt so real. I lifted the box, and laying in it were 2 dead gray mice. They were stiff and curled towards each other, like a heart almost. That's all I can remember. I only remembered specifically because my significant other said something about a mouse this morning. I did some investigation and read that this could mean a period of financial instability, but was curious to see if anyone else had any ideas. This story takes place during the late summer in the 1960s in Iowa in a very small farming community. My friend's great-grandpa, Bob, owned a farm out there. He had acres of corn, wheat, potatoes, etc., but corn was his main crop, so he had a huge cornfield. It was around 2 a.m., and his grandfather couldn't sleep, so he went outside to get some fresh air. While outside, he noticed something that looked like a child walking around in the cornfield. So Bob ran back inside and grabbed his double-barrel shotgun and woke the farmhand for backup. They combed through the cornfield in an attempt to find whatever was running around out there. After a while, they still couldn't find anything, so Bob told the farmhand to go back inside the house while he stayed on the porch to watch his cornfield. Then, as he looks at the gravel road between his yard and the fence line that led to the cornfield, standing on the road was a little girl around 6 years old or so, and she was wearing a white dress that made her look like she had just gotten out of church. Bob thought that his mind must have been playing tricks on him, so he tried to lay down on the couch to rest, but also stay somewhat alert. However, not even a minute after he laid down, he heard a knock on the screen door. He walked up to the door and slightly cracked the main door open. He saw the little girl and asked, "May I help you?" The little girl said, "Mister, I'm lost, and I don't know where my parents are. Can I come in the house and use your telephone?" Bob felt uneasy and told her that he could get her a glass of water and that he can call her parents for her if she gave him the number, but he didn't feel comfortable allowing her in his home. He felt something off about the little girl. However, the little girl insisted to be the one to call and talk to them. And Bob said, "Young lady, it's 2 a.m, and I don't feel right letting a stranger into the house, little girl or not." The little girl started to get agitated and said, "I'm not leaving until you let me in to use your phone." Startled, Bob told the little girl that he was going to call the police to come pick her up so that they could keep her safe and find her parents. He closed the door to go and call the police, and he heard someone punch the door like a grown man. He walked back and cracked the door open again, but when he looked, he realized that it was still the little girl, and that she was the one who had punched the door. But when he looked at her this time, she didn't have any eyes. Instead, she had pitch black orbs instead of eyes, and she said in a deep voice, "Let me in." Bob grabbed his shotgun and pointed it at the little girl and told her no and to go away. After this, the little girl looked right into the barrel and then back up at Bob, smiled smugly at him, and giggled before she ran back into the cornfield and disappeared. So for a little background info, I'm a 34-year-old female, my husband is a 35-year-old male, and our 2 daughters are 9 and 10. We moved into a house built in 1900, back in October of 2014. The following year, in 2015, I had quit my job to stay home with my youngest, then 4, and to be available for school runs for my then 5-year-old who had just started kindergarten. Fast forward about a month into the school year of October 2015. One day after I dropped my kindergartner off at school, I took my youngest for a walk through a very old cemetery around the corner from our house. The cemetery is closed to new graves. Many of the tombstones date back to the late 1700s into the 1800s. The autumn foliage was beautiful. I even took a few pictures. My daughter had never been in a cemetery before and was on cloud 9. She's weird and morbid like me. She was running around inspecting the graves, asking a million questions, and as she sometimes does, she informed me about some of the history about specific graves and the people who were buried. She has a tendency to make up stories about things that she sees that have happened that turn out to be facts later on. I'm not claiming that she's psychic, but she definitely has my bloodline in her. We went home, and within a couple of days, weird things started happening. It started out small, like I would feel as if someone had brushed by me walking or something like that, but no one was there. Whenever I was in the basement doing laundry, I started feeling like someone was watching me. Then I started thinking I heard whispers or commotion coming from areas of the house where no one was at. I was also going through a bit of severe depression at the time, so at first I thought I was just going crazy. Then, one evening, I was sitting on the couch with my husband watching TV, and in the corner of the room we both saw and heard something dark and shadowy fall from the ceiling and slam on the floor. I jumped, he jumped. We both looked at each other, and he got up to check and see what it was. But once again, like all the other incidents so far, nothing was there. It was at that time that I confided in him about the brushes, whispers, and commotion. He then informed me that he had heard things too. Like, he would be upstairs in the shower and thought he heard me come home with the kids, the front door open, and then talking, only to find out that no one was home when he came downstairs. He just didn't think anything of it, so he never said anything. At this point I realized that it wasn't in my head, and that our house was likely haunted. It is what it is. Then, a few nights later, I woke up suddenly in the middle of the night, maybe around 3 a.m. I got up because I felt wide awake. So I left my room and went out to the hallway when I suddenly noticed my youngest daughter on the first landing going down the stairs. I called out to her, "What are you doing, baby?" She looked up at me with the most frightened face I have ever seen, and she said, "I heard you calling me downstairs." Chills ran through my entire body, and I told her, "Okay, well, I'm right here. Why don't you come sleep in the bed with me?" She ran back up the stairs. The next morning after I dropped my oldest off at school, I called my mom. Well, I don't know how to put it exactly, but basically a modern-day witch and also familiar with hauntings and such. So she tells me what I need to do, and to come over and get supplies. The whole thing basically consisted of putting crystals behind all the doors in the house, spreading Himalayan salt across doorways, going outside, and also spreading the salt around each corner of the house and blessing it. And then finally, saging the entire house. I'm very familiar with saging, as I've done it before. Everything is going fine until the saging comes. I get a fire-safe ashtray, fill it up with dried sage, light it, and begin the process starting from the upstairs, working my way down. My youngest is with me during this process. I get through the whole house and down to the basement when suddenly the ashtray explodes in my hand. Literally, it exploded. It freaked me out and my daughter. I send her upstairs and I clean up the mess. Meanwhile, the entire time, I feel like someone is watching me. At that point, I immediately called my mom and told her what had happened. She then decided that she would come over and resage the house. We got to talking and trying to figure out what was going on, what caused this sudden haunting after a year of living there. We came to the conclusion that it was likely many factors. The veil is, after all, its thinnest during the month of October, Samhain, which basically means the connection to our world and the supernatural grows stronger during this time. I've always been susceptible to the supernatural since childhood. That's another story. And my depression likely brought out anything that was laying dormant. And that my youngest daughter possibly brought something back with her from our cemetery trip just before all this started happening, or awakened something when she was there. After that, everything calmed down, and basically went back to normal. On Halloween that year, just a few days after the saging and whatnot, we were with a group trick-or-treating, and my friend told me to tell everyone about what was going on. The mass consensus was that we should burn the house to the ground, but that was of course just a joke. We did not, and virtually nothing has happened since. I'm an atheist, not very superstitious, but my family are big believers and have always claimed that our house was haunted. So about 2 hours ago, I fell asleep in the guest bedroom. Everyone avoids that room, but I like the ambience, so I've been spending a lot of time in there lately. I should probably note that there's a mirror by the bed. So first, I thought my mom walked in, and I remember saying, "Get out!" I know I heard the door open. I just asked her if she went in, and she didn't even know that I was taking a nap. Then, as I was sleeping, I heard whispering and scratching sounds. I started remembering things that never happened, and I could envision a lady with black hair sitting on the couch in the room. I knew I needed to get the hell out of there, so I tried waking up. The dream was so vivid that I thought I did wake up. I looked around the room, and written in red everywhere was murder, death, etc. There were also red tally marks all over the walls. There was a doll on the floor, a life-sized cloth one, and that's when I knew I was still dreaming. Suddenly I look over to the couch, and there she is. It was the lady with black hair. I tried waking up, but at this point I was experiencing sleep paralysis and I couldn't open my eyes. Finally, I woke up for real and ran out of that room. I don't ever want to go back. Anyone have any ideas on what happened? Am I overreacting? Edit. Okay, I'm getting freaked out now. I just woke up. It's 5 a.m. to another dream. This time I was in a normal world and felt like I was being watched. I kept telling everyone, but they wouldn't believe me until I fell asleep in the dream. Something or someone pulled the blankets up and laid down next to me. I'm not joking. Someone please help. I don't know what's going on. I had a gut feeling that it was that thing again. I woke up and had to call my mom to come in. This is getting weird. For someone who doesn't believe in God, I want to call an exorcist. This happened February 14th, Valentine's Day. Me and 2 of my friends decided that we would get a cheap hotel room and take some LSD to kick off the loneliest holiday ever. I've done it before, but was not in a good mindset to take it that night, so I settled for a bottle of wine. Anyway, we weren't familiar with the area of the hotel, but it was cheap, and that's all that mattered to us. It was around 3 a.m, and outside the door we hear someone stumbling around, bumping into the walls. But it was Valentine's Day anyway, so we just brushed it off as a drunk couple on their way to get it on. The stumbling stopped and went silent right outside of our door. My friends are tripping at this point, and I'm pretty drunk. We hear this woman start sobbing outside, and I'm assuming that she sat down with her back on our door because we heard her slide down the wall and collapse right on the other side. The woman starts trying to speak to us through the cracks of the door, saying that she lost her dogs and was wondering if we could help her. It was 3 a.m, and we didn't know anything about the area, like I said, so common sense would dictate don't respond. And we didn't. The woman then proceeds to bang on the door, saying that we stole her dogs, and that she's gonna come in and quote-unquote effing murder us. She was scratching and banging on the door for 10 minutes straight, and then just stopped. My friends were starting to have a bad trip because of her, but when she stopped, I tried to reassure them that she was gone and that they could go back to having a good time. To prove it to my friends, I checked through the peephole to verify that this woman was indeed gone. But there she was, trying to stare right back at me through the other side of the peephole. I watched her as she stepped back and stood there, as still and solid as a literal concrete statue. She had her eyes right on mine. I doubt that she could see me through the peephole, but I was making dead eye contact with her. The woman then proceeds to start screaming and throwing her body against the door, which thankfully woke up our neighbors and they called the front desk. The woman behind the front desk comes and tries to get this woman to leave. The woman left, but was going down the walkways of the hotel being loud and refusing to actually leave the property. She was still crying out for her lost dogs in the hotel hallway at 3 a.m. They said that they never saw her leave and implied that she was still inside, so they just told me to keep an eye out for her and call the front desk if anything else happened. The police were called and stayed posted outside the hotel for an extra 30 minutes and then left. It turns out that she was on some really heavy drugs. But still, hearing this woman throw her body onto the door, saying that she would kill us, was incredibly traumatizing. We left early that morning and never went back. I bought a replica of Ivan the Terrible and his son, an old piece of macabre art from Russia back in the day, and hung it up on my wall in a huge portrait behind me yesterday. It's a rumor or popular belief that the painting is cursed, and I've always been a fan of strange items and collectibles, so that's why I bought it. As I went to sleep last night, I was stricken with nightmares. Terrible nightmares. I dreamt I was in a camper with a friend and we sat down to watch a movie called Pendulum. It was a knockoff of Hellraiser. We began watching it and the computer screen just shut off and we couldn't get it to turn back on, so we had a collective bucket moment and I exited the camper to go back inside to the house whilst my dream friend stayed in the camper. As I came back out, still during the dream night, with a drink, I noticed blood splattered on the windows and rushed inside. My friend had been beaten to death, and Pendulum was pulling himself through the computer screen. After this, I woke up, and by that, I mean I came to a real-world setting where I was asleep on my couch last night. I attempted to get up and get some water, as I was thirsting after such a nightmare. I made it to the kitchen, cracked it open, and let it hit my lips, and then suddenly, I was on the couch, again. In my mind at that moment, I considered that I had actually woken up. I sat up and walked into the kitchen again, cracked open that same water, when suddenly the refrigerator opened beside me, and I knew I was dreaming then. I woke up on the couch again, real as day, except it wasn't, as I went to drink that water again, and woke up on the couch again. After this is where it really started to get frightening. I considered that I was stuck in a loop, except this time I went to get up for water and walked past that area with the painting, and noticed that it was gone. This let me know I was still dreaming, and that I had another false awakening. I woke up for the water once more and started across the living room when I looked to an open doorway that I hang colorful beads from, and in the dark room veiled by the hanging threads was Pendulum. That woke me again. This time I ran to the window and looked out to see cops rushing down my small street to the neighbor's house. My neighbor shot and killed her husband in the front yard 2 weeks ago, and that woke me up again. After waking up a few more times for water, I tried to go outside after another loop, except when I opened the front door, it was pitch black. Then car lights turned on and sped toward me. As I was about to get smacked with someone's F-150, I woke up again. At this point, I stopped trying to go anywhere and just kept trying over and over and over to slap myself truly awake. After looping for another 30 times or so, I eventually actually woke up and was relieved. I got that fucking water and downed it in one go. The night of October 30th through the morning of the 31st, myself and the group that I belonged to were invited to do a live investigation with the radio station 93Q in Houston at Spaghetti Warehouse. Spaghetti Warehouse is a restaurant known as one of the most haunted places in the country, and definitely the most haunted place in Houston. Even though I knew this, I didn't do any research on the place before I went, so that I wouldn't be influenced by what I might experience. All I knew was that the place had been a pharmaceutical warehouse during the Civil War, and that a manager had died falling down the elevator shaft years ago. I arrived for the overnight around 10:30 p.m. and was locked in until 6 a.m. I started off just exploring the building and getting a sense of it. The restaurant had 2 floors and a basement. While I was exploring and setting up cameras and sound recorders, we heard something large move in the woman's bathroom upstairs. We went in and noticed that the garbage can was out of place. We moved it back to the very exact spot where it had been and left the bathroom. About 5 minutes later, we heard it move again. I went back in and noticed that the garbage can had been moved about a foot from where we had placed it back before. Obviously, I realized that something was going on, so I grabbed one of the DJs and we went in to try to capture EVPs, or electronic voice phenomenon. Basically, unexplained voices are sounds that are too low for the human ear, but able to be picked up by our sound equipment. I placed a camera down and started asking questions to try to get any sort of response or communication. After you've been on a lot of cases, you learn to trust your instincts, and you can almost feel when something is around or not right. It has nothing to do with being psychic, just trusting your intuition when your senses are heightened and on guard. That's exactly what I got. It was the strongest that I've ever felt. It was threatening, and like something was right in my face. I felt many presences before, but nothing truly uncomfortable. I remember staring blankly for a second while not speaking, then saying, "Man, I gotta sit down, I feel so drained," which I did. After about 30 more minutes, we left without noticing much else in the bathroom. About an hour or so passed, and one investigator had his voice recorder move right in front of him, and a few others saw wine glasses shake by themselves. We all witnessed faint shadows move across the windows downstairs where light from the outside would penetrate in. You would just notice darkness block out the light and then move away again. We also heard faint voices throughout the night. The whole place had a very creepy vibe, and you constantly felt like someone was watching you or around you. At about 3 a.m., I decided to take a break and sit at a table upstairs to listen to the audio that I had recorded earlier in the bathroom. Normally, I would have waited until the next day, but because we were with the radio station, they wanted some sort of evidence to broadcast when they went live at 6. But also because I felt so strong about what I had sensed, and I was eager to see if I had caught anything. I sat down and started searching for the spot on the audio where I got the weird feeling, while also keeping an eye out to notice anything unusual going on upstairs. After a few minutes, I found the spot, and sure enough, right after I said, "I need to sit down," there was a faint but clear voice. It said, "Hey, what are you staring at?" This excited me, but it was nothing compared to what I was about to experience. A few seconds later, a sixth sense told me to look up, and when I did, I clearly saw a woman in white, wearing a gown with a bonnet on her head, smoothly walk into the wall. The apparition was about 20 feet away. It only lasted a split second, but it was very clear, and I still remember it like it was yesterday. I didn't tell anyone until later so that I wouldn't influence the other investigators. At about 4 a.m., I started taking pictures of the downstairs area since no one else was around, and I planned to eventually make it down to the basement. The first floor felt calm, but there was one hallway that led to the basement that had a weird vibe to it. You felt watched. Nothing came up on the pictures, so I headed towards the hallway and the basement. The hallway was about 10 feet long, and had a door at the end where light would shine through. As I turned to enter, I saw a shadow, as if it were some sort of being, that completely blocked out the light and was very large. It was straight ahead of my face and about 5 feet away. Again, it was only for a second, but I clearly, visibly saw a head with shoulders, arms, and a long lower body. I think I scared it as much as it scared me, because it instantly ran toward me and right by me on my left side. Every hair on my body stood up, and my camera completely shut itself off. For the first and only time, I didn't proceed further right away. I was stunned. Actually, I took a step back to collect my thoughts and fix the camera. It wouldn't work until I completely left the area. I figured it was break time, and took about 20 more minutes. Later on, I went down to the basement with another investigator. For the last hour down there, we experienced cold spots and smaller things, but nothing really that unusual. After the radio show, I packed up and left Spaghetti Warehouse drained, tired, freaked out, and with the absolute certainty that there is life after death. It changes you as a person. In the Wicca religion, they say that Halloween is the day when the dead can freely roam our world. I never believed that, and thought it was always psychic BS, but I'll never doubt it again. My first paranormal encounter occurred on October 31st of 2009. A week prior to Halloween, we had made plans. We heard rumors that the cemetery above our neighborhood was haunted. Some of the stories sounded legit, others sounded highly exaggerated, so me, my cousin Dustin, William, and Tommy decided to go find out for ourselves on the perfect day, Halloween night. Jason didn't find out until the day we were going up there. We weren't planning on having him go with us because he would always get scared so easily, but he begged and begged to let him come, so we said okay. Halloween night, we had a small campfire at my aunt's house that was in her backyard. After sitting there until 11:30 p.m., we grabbed our flashlights and homemade medkits. We walked from my aunt's backyard up through the woods on a big hill until we reached the cemetery. William and Jason argued for a minute about who was going in which direction to check out which parts of the cemetery. Jason didn't want to go with Tommy because he was worried that Tommy would scare him, as Tommy had a reputation for doing such. My two cousins and I began making our way through the cemetery, and we didn't notice anything until we got near the mausoleum at the top. We started getting chills, and then we started hearing the voice of an elderly man saying, "Get out. I want you out." As we moved forward, the voice became more aggressive. "Get the hell out of here. I want you out." I shined my flashlight around, and standing between a tree and the mausoleum was an old man. The three of us just stood there in shock. He looked to be in his 80s. He had a black suit on, glasses, and he just looked down at us with this angry glare. His mouth wasn't moving, but we kept hearing what we assumed was his voice. The three of us slowly backed up and started walking down to the lower part of the cemetery to meet back up with Jason and Tommy. What we didn't know at the time was that Jason and Tommy were on the other side of the cemetery heading to the upper part of the cemetery to find us. We got midway through, and there was an area in the middle with 3 tall spruce trees, and we saw 4 shadow figures moving back and forth between the trees and the tombstones. It wasn't like they were running, more like gliding, and they would just disappear behind the stones and the trees. By this time, we began to hear voices again. We just wanted to get out of there, but we weren't going to leave Tommy and Jason behind. As we were walking, we heard them screaming in pure fear. We immediately started running back up towards the mausoleum, calling out to them, and I started waving my flashlight as we were running. I look up ahead, and I can see them running toward us. When the 5 of us got together, Jason was crying. I asked what happened, and Tommy just kept insisting that he swore he didn't do anything. I look over at Jason and ask him. He was crying so hard he could barely speak. I I gave him a quick shake and he said something grabbed me and pushed me down. Then Tommy said, "We were looking around the mausoleum looking for you guys, and all of a sudden Jason's on the ground kicking and screaming." He proceeded to say that he saw an old man standing at the tree line about 20 feet away telling them to get out. Jason stood there shaking and crying. I rolled up his sleeve, and we shined our lights and saw a red handprint on his forearm. Dustin said, "Okay, that's it. We're done. Let's get out of here." We started walking down, and we saw the old man standing in the middle of the gravel path, only this time he looked worn down. We immediately ran the other way, and there he stood again, right in front of us, and this time he looked even worse. He slowly pointed at us and said, "Get out, you dirty little shits." I screamed at him that we were leaving, and we hauled ass out of the cemetery, down through the woods, back into my aunt's backyard. We sat on her porch, trying to process what had just happened. It was almost 1 a.m., so we decided to head in for the night. William and I went into my house, and my dad was sitting on the living room couch. He asked where we had been. We told him that we were up in the cemetery, and that it was indeed haunted, and we informed him of everything that we had seen. He, of course, didn't believe us. He told us that we just needed to go and get some rest. We stayed up until 3 a.m. and began even questioning our sanity. I had suspicions that there's more to this world than just us, but William was a complete skeptic. He didn't believe in anything paranormal. Until that night. About a month before I wrote this on here, my dad and I were hanging out and he brought up that Halloween night, and as we were talking about it, his demeanor changed. He asked, "When you said that the cemetery was haunted and I said that it wasn't, I lied. It is haunted. I know about the old man up there because both your mother and I saw him when we were kids." I asked if he knew anything else about him, who he was, or why he was there, but he didn't. He said that all he could tell me was that he does not want anyone up there, especially at night. I'm a single mother of 5 adult sons. When they were teenagers, we lived in a century home. Beautiful and large, with plenty of room for my brood. I should mention, our house was the house that all their friends congregated to. There were rarely nights on weekends and summers that we had less than 6 occupants. I tell you this to try and make you understand that these stories I'm about to tell are the truth and are corroborated by many people. When we first moved in, everything was nice and quiet for a number of months. Then slowly, activity progressed. My sons and I were all having unexplained happenings. They didn't tell me for almost a year because they didn't want to scare me. My first experience was being woken up at around 3 a.m. At first, I was in a half-wake, half-sleep mode. What woke me was a very loud noise coming from upstairs. It sounded like the boys were rearranging furniture, very heavy furniture. Loud scraping, so loud that I was sure they were scratching the wood floors. I instantly became furious and marched upstairs ready to bust some butts. When I got to the top of the stairs, all was quiet and dark. I started opening bedroom doors only to find all the boys sleeping soundly. I thought, wow, that was a vivid dream. To my chagrin, it happened a couple of months later, and became more and more frequent until it was almost a weekly event. I was speaking about this with my neighbor and she got a funny look on her face. I asked her what was wrong. She said, "I don't want to scare you, but when my sister, who's clairvoyant, was over, she looked up at that window, pointing to one of the boys' rooms, and said, 'She has company.' I asked her what she saw, and she said she saw a man and a woman in old-timey clothes looking back at her. At some point, I decided I wanted to share my experiences with my sons. When I did, they all broke out with their own stories. Some of them had been touched, some just heard noises or felt their beds being shaken. Here are a few more memorable ones in my mind. We being myself and 7 or 8 teenagers filling up every square inch of the place, were all just visiting and half-watching Family Guy. My youngest decided he was tired and wanted to go up to bed. Away he went, only to return a short time later with pale skin and wide eyes. He said that he had closed his bedroom door and gotten into the top bunk. That's when he heard the door handle turn, heard the door open and shut again, and then felt someone sit on the bottom bunk. He figured it was his brother, and leaned over the bunk and yelled something trying to scare him. He said he froze because there was no one there. He was completely alone, hence the wide eyes and pale skin. He truly looked like he'd seen a ghost. One morning I woke up to find my boys and one of their friends sleeping everywhere in the living room, which was not allowed in our house. I woke up my second eldest and asked what the deal was. He said they couldn't sleep upstairs because something was opening and closing all the doors, all night. He said they'd wake up and prop things in front of the doors to keep them from slamming, only to be awoken up again by the same slamming sound. He said, "Ma, those ghosts keep moving the stuff we put in front of the doors. We decided to sleep down here." I couldn't blame them. There are so many stories, but I'll just tell one more. My oldest subsequently joined the Marine Corps, and on his month-long furlough after his Iraq tour, he had a very creepy encounter. He said he was laying on his stomach and reading from his laptop when he felt something sit on the bed. He said he looked over and saw the indentation of a person sitting there, and said out loud, "F ghosts." A second later, he said he was being pushed into the bed. He spoke in the name of Jesus, and it got off of him. My final straw was on Halloween night. I was at the computer in the dining room, home alone. I felt something behind me. I turned and heard my name being said in an awful and sinister voice, and then the sound of something large falling down my staircase. It was so loud that I thought I'd find a broken dresser at the bottom, but nothing was there. I searched upstairs and outside for the cause of the crash, but nothing. I had my pastors and the elders of my church come bless my property and my home. There's been no strange activity since that day. I no longer live in that house, but one of my sons bought it. The house is still clean. I would like to preface by saying that I am a Roman Catholic who has experienced paranormal phenomena since I was 5. My late grandmother had experienced similar phenomena, and my mother and sisters also, but to a much lesser degree. As I get older, I notice the experiences are slightly more darker in nature. I know very little of demonology, other than what has been referenced in the Bible. I try to stay away from anything referencing demons, the devil, etc., which is why this experience was so difficult, and I was not prepared. In October of 2018, I was admitted to the hospital due to an electrolyte imbalance. I was in a room with 3 other female patients. On my second night, my arms were finally free of the IV, so I was able to move around and assist the other women, who weren't as mobile, in getting ready for bed. One of the women was much older and cranky. She seemed to take an instant dislike to me when I first moved into the room, but warmed up to me after I helped her. When the lights went out, I decided to lay on my stomach and say my silent prayers. To the casual observer, it would have looked as if I was asleep. During this time, I could hear the woman that I helped argue with herself about me. She stated that I was nice, and then she replied to herself stating that I am not what I seem or something to that effect, and it went back and forth like that during my prayers. Shortly after, the room started getting really cold, really fast. I silently prayed to God to watch over her and free her from any negative influences. It was then that I heard her say these words very loudly. I don't know the Lord's Prayer, and my name. I freaked out, quickly processing what had just happened. The woman knew that I was praying over her, and there was no way that she could have known that. In my mind, I instinctively knew that I was not up for the confrontation. I was weak and still recovering. I got up from my bed, and with my back to her, I said something like, "There's no way I can stay here now." To which she answered, "Yes, go. I won," and laughed really hard. I was amazed that the other two women had slept through it. It was around 10 p.m. when this occurred. The room was stiflingly cold at this point, and I ran to reception and asked to be discharged, but the charge nurse said that I couldn't leave without my doctor discharging me. I begged again to be discharged, but was denied, and the nurses tried to calm me as they got a hold of my doctor, who said that he would be in at 7 a.m. and that I needed to stay put. I asked to be relocated to another room in the interim, but the only available room was directly next door, and that was way too close for my liking, so they put me in the day room with a blanket and pillow. I used my phone to call my sister to get me out of the hospital. She works at another hospital, and told me the car wasn't home and to catch an Uber to her place. The ward was locked down for the evening though, so I couldn't leave anyway, and chose to just stay in the day room. The TV was on standby, but I could hear voices coming from it, even though the screen was blank. The voices talked about a shooting at the hospital I was in, with thousands of fatalities. It then talked about my baby nephew being in a plane that was shot down. By then, I was truly hysterical, as fear for my family took root and everything I learned went out the window. Throughout this time, the voices from the TV continued, calling me names, etc. I couldn't stay any longer in the day room, and the nurses had me on a stretcher right in front of the main desk, where the charge nurse could see me. It felt like a really bad dream, and I was hysterical and paranoid. I laid down on the stretcher, and that's when I noticed hanging overhead the ward number 66. I was also on the 6th floor of the hospital. I wondered if that was why there was so much activity there. Not long after, I started hearing other voices coming from different rooms of the ward asking about me. They seemed to be communicating to each other and laughing. I started silently praying again with more conviction. A male patient in the ward nearest my stretcher started crying out for help, claiming that I was hurting him. I prayed even harder, citing the Lord's Prayer. He asked the nurse for the name of the lady outside hurting him, and she gave him my first name. He started crying again, joined by another voice 2 doors down. I prayed to know who they were in Jesus' name, and all these voices talked at once, but the one name that I could clearly make out was Beelzebub. I continued to pray throughout the first night as they taunted, laughed, cackled, and cried. At this point, the light in the man's hospital room was turned on as a nurse was with him trying to calm him down. I had been sitting up on my stretcher bed whilst praying, and watched his silhouette as he tried to inch his way to the open doorway. It was then that I noticed the odd shadow that he cast. It was so strange. It looked like a spiky-headed being with a dog. Spiky-headed in an almost cartoonish way like Bart Simpson. It continued until morning, and I was moved to a small private room awaiting the doctor. The voices were still verbally attacking and threatening me, but my hysteria was long gone by that point, and I was just determined to leave. I ended up discharging myself before the doctor arrived, but had to return as I still had the IV catheter in my arm. On my return, they placed me in another ward. I refused to go back to Ward 66, and I was allowed to recover in peace. And eventually, the demonic taunting stopped. I had a course of bad luck following that event. Basically, all of 2019 was a series of misfortunes and bad luck that still hasn't come right. I don't know what to do other than just keep moving on. I went to a psychiatrist last December who said that other than the trauma I would need their help with, I was in good mental health. When I was like 13, my mom and her boyfriend had to go to the hospital, and no one would be able to get my brother to the bus stop the next morning because they had to stay overnight. So, I got to miss school the next day to take my brother. After I made sure my brother got on the bus, I went home and cleaned and did random stuff, like a 13-year-old would do. It was around 11:45 when there was a knock on my door. Thinking it was the mailman or a neighbor or something, I opened the door and said hello. There was this kid. He couldn't have been much older than me at the time, but he had bangs that were covering his eyes, which I found weird because it was like 107 degrees out. So this kid was super still. Like, I thought that one of my friends put a mannequin there and ran away or something. But then it spoke. It sounded like a robot or something. It was like it was programmed to say this. My mother said to ask someone for a phone in fear that I get lost. Do you have a phone? At this point, I was crapping my pants because 1, I'm a 13-year-old girl, and this older boy was dressed like a burglar and at my door with half his face covered. 2, for some reason, I just couldn't look away. I felt like if I moved or said anything other than yes, that I would explode. And 3, I saw 2 other boys around the same age standing in my driveway dressed exactly the same way as the one in front of me. Baggy jeans, dark hoodie, and scruffed up Vans. I began to stutter and shake my head. It was the only thing I could do. I finally got out a no and then started to close my door, but he put his foot in the way. Then the 2 others started walking up, and I was going, hell no. I grabbed the bat by the door and threatened him. If you don't leave right now, I'll kick your ass and then call the cops. I shouted loud enough so that at least one of my neighbors could hear, I hoped. Now, I was this short girl with SpongeBob pajama pants on. I was in no way intimidating. Then he moved his foot and stepped back into the middle of the other 2 perfectly. Then the far right one said in the exact same tone of voice as the first, I'm sorry to bother you. I'll just come again later and ask. Internally, I was planning my funeral. Just as I was about to close the door, the first one smiled and looked up. And that was when I saw they had black eyes. Then the other 2 looked up, and they were the same. I was like, nope, and slammed the door shut, then called my neighbor, who was this big-ass 20-something-year-old dude. He ran over and looked for them all around my house, but he said they were gone. When I told my mom all of this, she didn't believe me and said I was lying. Said me, the girl with absolutely no social life, who was afraid of her own shadow, was lying. Honestly, I don't think I've ever experienced paranormal activity in terms of seeing something. But ever since I was a kid in my childhood home, I was really scared, almost traumatized of seeing something or hearing something in the dark at night. No specific reason for it. I would just stare at the door frame of my room, which was always opened at night, and wait for something to show. I never even liked horror movies, and even now at 21 I avoid them because I know they freak me out, so I don't believe that the fear came from the movies. The thing is, I moved to a different city when I was 18 years old and changed a few apartments until now, and in every single one of them, I felt chills. Everything is fine, and then comes a certain time of night when it's like the energy in the room changes, and I have a feeling that someone is watching me. I always believed that if I could convince myself not to believe in spirits, or that the paranormal is real, then I can escape from that, and nothing weird will happen to me if I don't believe or give it attention. Am I right? But here we are. I started to think, what if the cold, watching feeling and fear I get every night is related to some childhood trauma that I might not remember? Fast forward to today. My boyfriend and I moved back to his parents' house after the lockdown. We have a separate upper apartment for ourselves, and no one but him ever lived there. We have spent so many months and nights here before, and really the apartment never gave me any chills. Until the last month or so. So lately I have this really bad vibe in this place, especially at night. It can be dark outside around 6 p.m. or 10 p.m. and everything is super. Then there just comes this time, after midnight, when the air in the room changes and I feel like something negative has entered. The whole energy is negative, and the feeling of someone looking at me returns. Most of the time I'm scared to have my eyes open, that I might see something. He doesn't feel the same thing and says it's because of the stress and anxiety. And true, it might just be paranoia, and I'm going crazy. But I had several nights when I really did feel like something was messing with me. I would wake up with a sensation like someone had pushed me, and my boyfriend was dead asleep. I would have sleep paralysis, and again would have a feeling like someone is poking me, and hear banging noises that weren't there. I was sleepless for a few nights, and then I started taking Xanax just to make me fall into deep sleep to get some rest. When I am able to sleep, there's that time before falling into sleep when I feel the most vulnerable because of the dark and the dead silence. There are radiator noises and downstairs noises, which, by the way, are loud footsteps even in the middle of the night. And sometimes I would ask them if they were awake at the time, and they said they were sleeping. But still, I kind of comfort myself with the idea of it just being normal house noises. The worst thing is going to the bathroom at night. I have bladder issues, so it's normal for me to go at 2 a.m. Don't know why, but I noticed this pattern. And often, I'm just terrified. I use my phone as a flashlight and practically run there. If I can hold it, I do, because that's how scared I am of the negative energy in the air. I'm so afraid of seeing a shadow or a face staring at me. It's like I know that something is present, but I'm unable to give it shape or form. Sometimes it's like I can sense someone's breath on my face. Never thought I would write something like this, because it is the opposite of ignoring the problem and convincing myself that I am imagining. But I'm not sure what to do anymore. Every night I lay in my bed, and in just moments, the air in the room switches to negative, cold, and spooky. I can't live like this. It's stressing me out so much, and I just want to know if it makes any sense. Am I crazy and too paranoid so that I just imagine all of this? Or could it really be that something is there? My ex-fiancé and his stepmom claimed that his house was haunted. Once or twice a week when I would come over, they would be burning sage next to the door. I never thought anything of it. Connor and I would be cuddling on the couch late at night, 10 or 12 p.m., and we would hear footsteps, but we always just assumed it was his sisters waking up to use the restroom. Anyways, it was Halloween, and I decided to do a spirit box session with Connor's high-power microphone. I'd record for a couple minutes, then listen back to the recording. I did this for a half hour and got nothing. Then I began to taunt whatever it was in the house. I was claiming BS, but nothing was there. I decided to leave the microphone running for longer than normal, roughly 15 minutes instead of 5. I can't remember what I heard in the playback audio, but it was more than just Connor and my voices. I rewound it again to see if we could decipher what the voices were saying. I remember something that felt like a rush of cold as ice wind coming over me, and I couldn't talk. My left arm clenched up, as it does when I'm extremely cold. I tried to explain what was going on, but I couldn't get the words out of my mouth. Connor thought I was just messing with him and told me to stop acting and relax. He tried to force my arm to unclench, but I was able to fight his strength, which had never happened before. I started to panic, and the rest of my body curled into a tensed fetal position. He tried to get me to uncurl, but it still didn't work. I couldn't mutter anything except for Hosanna. This phrase, Hosanna, was the only word I could speak for a solid 5 minutes while this was taking place. I was honestly terrified of what was happening. What scared me was that I could not understand it. I kept saying it quietly, but getting louder the more that I said it. Connor kept asking me what it meant, and I couldn't even bring my tongue to say that, until the room became warm again. Then I was finally able to untense my muscles and sit up, and he asked me again what Hosanna meant. In Hebrew it means, God save us, God help us, God deliver us. I was so afraid that I went home and slept with my room light on for the rest of the night. I spoke with him about the incident the following morning, and he told me that he had warned me not to mess with the spirits in the house. He did no such thing, ever. He even gave me the microphone so that I could do EVP sessions on Halloween. This is a warning. Please, please, never taunt spirits. It doesn't matter if you think they are friendly or not. They will mess you up. When I was in high school, I lived in a really small town in Texas. It was the kind of place where everyone was either related or hated each other. I had no family tree there, so yeah. But I did have a pretty blonde girlfriend, and was pretty hated for that too. Nothing major, just petty harassment and occasional fights, but it had been escalating. So that's why on Valentine's Day, my girlfriend and I decided to skip the school dance and just stay in and watch a movie at her house while her parents went out. Just better to avoid trouble. We borrowed her dad's car, a little Honda hatchback, and went into town. We stopped at the video store for a movie and went to the Dairy Queen for some ice cream, and then headed home. Now she lives in the complete boonies, out in the middle of the woods along a long, lonely road with no street lights. We're chatting, eating our blizzards, when all of a sudden a car comes up behind us. No big deal. What was a very big deal was that when the headlights flooded the interior of our car, I saw two hands on the back seat and a head coming from the hatchback part of the vehicle. As soon as the lights hit, the head and hands retreated back down. A solid chill ran through the entire length of my body. I slowly reached down and pulled out my pocket knife, which was the only thing I had. She saw me and asked what was wrong. Loudly I said, "Nothing, I just have to stop at my friend's house real quick." She knew that was crap. I didn't have any friends. I pulled over at the next house that came up and jumped out of the car, yelling at her to jump out too. She popped out in total confusion. I flipped the driver's seat forward and lunged into the back seat in full maniac mode. This guy popped up like a jack-in-the-box, with empty hands waving around saying, hey, what are y'all up to tonight?" It was some strange kid from our high school who we had never in our entire lives spoken to before. Ever. I said, "What in the holy hell are you doing in our car?" His reply was, "I thought you guys were going to the dance and I was just hitching a ride." We sat there staring at him with our mouths open, wondering what to do. He tried to act real cool, and obviously we were in the middle of nowhere, in some random person's driveway, so whatever he was planning was totally forgotten. We actually ended up driving him to the dance, and dropping him off. The whole time he's telling us to come inside with him. Yeah, no. We dropped his ass off and noped out of there as soon as we could. After he got out of the car, my girlfriend started crying and shaking. She was so freaked out. I have no idea what he was trying to do when the lights caught him crawling out of that hatchback. I hated that high school. I believe in the paranormal, but am skeptical about most of the stories that people tell. It's extremely hard to distinguish between a fabricated story and a true story when you can't see facial expressions or hear changes in a person's voice. About a week ago, I was sitting in my kitchen browsing the web, probably Reddit, on my phone. My kids had been asleep for about an hour, and my wife was in our room finishing up a paper for work. There wasn't a radio or television on. While browsing in complete silence, I heard my wife cough several times. The cough sounded as if she had breathed in some water and was trying to get it out of her lungs. Jokingly, I jumped out of my chair and ran over to the room where she was sitting. I started patting her back and pulling her earlobes down, again in a joking manner. She looked at me like, what the hell? So I told her I was trying to help since she had coughed so hard. She, still with the what the hell face, looked at me and said that she hadn't coughed. I stood there and evaluated what I may have heard. I thought it might have been one of my kids, but the cough was from a woman. It wasn't a 4-year-old or 1-year-old girl's cough. Other things about this cough is that it came from inside the house. It was the type of hack, like after water goes down the wrong pipe. It was one succession of coughs, about 4 of them together. How did the coughing not continue if the coughs were heard that hard at the beginning? It didn't and still does not make sense. But that's not the only thing that happened. Fast forward to the next morning. My kids are awake and eating in the kitchen. I'm in the living room watching TV, still waking and drinking coffee, and my wife is in our room getting ready for the day. All electronics are off except the TV and our phones. My wife's phone rings from what sounds like the kitchen area. She runs to the kitchen to answer it because she was expecting an important phone call from work. She searches for her phone in the kitchen, but does not find it. She asks if it was my phone that rang, but I told her no. My phone was in my pocket. Turns out, both my wife's work phone and personal phone are in our room on the other side of the house. We checked the kitchen and surrounding rooms for anything that could have made the ring, but we found nothing. I don't know the name of the ringtone, but it's a very common ringtone for iPhones. My wife and I searched for the reasoning of why we clearly heard a phone ring in the kitchen, but no matter how hard we tried, we were unable to find a logical explanation. I was going to write it off as just another weird coincidence, but I kept thinking of how clear the phone ringing was, and how my wife had heard it too. Add this one to the cough that I heard the night before, and I start to worry that there may be an intruder in my attic. I think, nah, not possible. But I have 2 little girls and a little boy too. It's a slim chance, but I'd feel better if I just went up there and checked. I texted my wife to watch the kids because I was worried that there might be an intruder. I didn't want to verbalize it because if they were up there, then they would hear me. I check outside and around the house first for any signs of a person being on the roof or anything like that. I look for cuts in the wall and see no signs of intrusion whatsoever. I then grab the ladder to get inside the attic. The only way into this attic is through a small 2x4 foot opening at the top of the interior of a closet in one of the rooms. I grab my flashlight and my gun, set the ladder up, and plan on entering the attic as quickly and tactfully as possible. I don't want the intruder to be lying in wait. I push the drywall that blocks the opening and can hear a door swing and shut. I say swing because it sounded like a door that was on a hinge or hinges. I can't get the drywall off, and the element of surprise is now gone. I push through anyway and inspect the attic. The attic has no floorboards. You have to navigate through it by standing on the supporting beams. It's extremely annoying to have to go up there to do housework. I find no signs of anyone being up there, no entry points, and again, no cuts in any of the walls. I come down and double check that my wife and kids had stayed in the living room like I had asked in case there was an intruder. She confirms that they were, and that no door had been shut. I pretty much already knew that the door shutting wasn't them because the sound came from the attic, but there's no door in the attic. I went through a checklist of explanations to the cough, the phone ring, and the door shutting, and again, have yet to encounter a single one that makes sense. I know it sounds weird, but a freaking portal is what I'm coming up with. I lived in this house for years, and have always heard weird noises, but never something like this. Most portal stories I've heard sound totally far-fetched. Usually a portal story includes a demon or something spiritual, but this was just totally random. People crossing dimensions to hang out in my attic. There's no malice, no sightings, no physical evidence, but the sounds were definitely heard and are inexplicable. Something else happened a few nights ago. It was around 11 p.m. I'm asleep in bed and am woken up to my wife shaking me. She tells me that she heard a door close. I say to her that it may be our 4-year-old, but she says she was watching the monitor and the cameras were on the kids. She said that she had been watching the monitor because she had been hearing weird noises. I say maybe it's just the house creaking. She claims that she heard the windows shake. Now this is significant to me because we do have some old windows. The difference between the old and new windows is that the old windows will rattle when a door is shut due to air pressure or when the house is shaking, earthquakes, and the new windows won't. So she heard a door close and the windows shake. That's enough for me to grab my gun and check for an intruder yet again. I do an interior and exterior check and of course find nothing. I go back to bed and once again conclude that there is a portal in my house. The dream I just had was one of the most prophetic that I have ever had. I have gotten into the habit of listening to historical documentaries while I sleep, and one of them just made its way into my dream. Let me explain. I was sitting on a bed in a broken-down old house when I started hearing an animal screaming in pain outside. I run to the window, and I see an older man, and who I can only assume is his wife outside this house, with a strongly malnourished panther that is on the ground in front of them. The older man has a whip, and is raising it up before I yell to stop, and the panther jumps up, climbs up the side of the wall to my window, and the large jungle cat climbs inside. I start to close the window, and the man starts to scream to give me his animal back to him. I only flip him the bird, and then turn to help the animal. I leave to go get some meat and a bed and whatever else I think the animal might need when I get back. It's nighttime. I walk back in, and I see the panther laying with his head on my pillow, asleep. I turn around to put the stuff down and close the door, and when I turn back, he's sitting up, staring at me. I apologize to him for waking him up, and I show him the meat. I tell him that I don't want him chewing on me next time he gets hungry, and he says, I couldn't. At this point, I'm completely caught off guard, and I just stare at him. He continued, You saved me. I would never eat you. My name is Ramses. I smile at him and introduce myself while placing the meat in front of him. As he finishes up, he looks up at me and says, Thank you. I wish I could be here on happier terms, but I have a message about this world and all of its humans. This world will have to face judgment in an endless desert. So much was given, and so much was ruined. Now there will be nothing. I'm sorry. I let him know that I understood, and I thank him for his message. Suddenly, the house around me begins to shake and crumble. Just before a large piece of wall falls on me, I wake up. 10 years ago, when I was 14, myself, my cousin, and a friend all had what I can only describe as a demonic experience on Halloween. I wanted to see if anyone else has had anything similar happen or knows what this could have been. So, Halloween 10 years ago, the three of us decided it would be scary to walk through the woods nearby where I lived. I knew my way around well, as I had grown up going there. We were all walking along chatting as we approached the middle of the woods. By a hollowed-out tree, I see a yellowish glow. I stopped where I was, and my cousin and friend also stopped. I just stared at this glow as it got brighter, and they did too. We all glanced at each other with a WTF look on our faces. I'm literally thinking I'm imagining things or something like that, but they both confirmed that they were seeing the same exact thing that I was. In the glow, a young girl appeared. She looked to be about 8 years old and appeared to be dressed in Victorian-era style clothing and had pigtails hanging down on either side of her face. She started off looking quite washed out in color and kind of transparent. She became more of a solid-looking shape, and the glow got brighter. As we're watching this, we're all whispering and confirming that we are indeed seeing it. As the glow in the girl became more prominent, I went from feeling normal and in disbelief to feeling uneasy, then fear and dread, then finally like we needed to get out of there and that our lives were possibly in danger. I can put into words all the feelings I felt, but none of them are good enough, and I've never felt anything like it. I could tell my cousin and friend felt it too. The glowing thing then moved closer to us. There were no footsteps, no sounds, no nothing. It then looked and felt as if it were dashing at us, and it was literally so close in front of us, I shouted, "Run!" We all grabbed hands and sprinted past it toward the main road where there was lots of light. We stopped briefly as we turned, and couldn't see anything, and then suddenly it was there again. It was fast, and we could all see this glowing person-like shape rushing toward us. Again, we ran as fast as we could until we could see the main road. I glanced behind, and it wasn't far away at all. I grabbed my cousin and friends again and started pulling them down the steep hill as the main road was at the bottom of it. We stumbled and half fell down this hill, but all managed to keep getting to our feet. I'm sure this was down to pure terror and adrenaline. We got onto the path by the main road and looked up at the woods, and the glow was there, clear as day, at the top of it. It wasn't coming toward us at all anymore. We caught our breath and were ranting about it to each other, all confirming again that we had actually seen and felt what we did. The glow was still at the top of the hill. It was as if there was an invisible boundary that it couldn't cross. We turned away from the woods, and when we looked back, it had moved behind a tree. It was almost as if it stood there watching us, trying to hide. We stood at the bottom of the hill, by the main road, looking at it for about 30 minutes, maybe longer. Eventually it was gone, and I saw a slight glow in the distance of the woods, followed by nothing. We returned about a week later because we all knew what we had seen, but we wanted to check to make sure that there was no possible light that could be shining there. It was literally pitch black. No light was visible, and we retracted our exact steps. It's been 4 or 5 years since my last encounter. I think I'm safe, right? Wrong. I moved last year and I recently thought, hey, remember those kids a few years ago? Funny, they can't get you now. Boy, was I ever incorrect. I live on a mountain, and like an hour away from the beach in a super populated neighborhood with my roommates. 2 chill lesbians and a college dude. Super cool people. I think nothing can hurt me now, because there are people everywhere. But no, I'm stupid and jinx myself. I was home 2 days ago. Class was canceled, and the dude of the house was home too and taking a nap. I'm in the kitchen watching Netflix and doing homework when there's a knock on the window. Obviously, this is weird as hell, but I have weird as hell friends. Maybe one of them are trying to scare me. I brush it off and continue what I was doing, and then it happens again. Once again, I brush it off because maybe it was the snow if it wasn't one of my friends. Things like this happen all the time with them. Well, it goes on for about 10 minutes, and I'm kinda starting to freak out. My friends don't have this much patience. I go to Charlie's room, the guy, and wake him up. I'm not the one that's usually riled up, so he's concerned too. We both go to the window. I have my phone out with the camera and 911 within a touch, and Charlie has a bat. We look out the window, and no one is there. After a minute, we calm down and go and sit in the living room. Charlie's mom is a cop, so he says he'll tell her about it later. We think we're okay, so we chill and watch TV together. 30 minutes later, the doorbell rings. I go and open the door. At first, I don't see anything. Then, down on the bottom of the stairs of the apartment, I see 3 young boys dressed in black hoodies, jeans, with brown or black bangs. At first I didn't move, I was frozen in place. Then Charlie asked who it was, and I came to my senses and got a good look at the kids, then slammed the door shut behind me. I started bawling, and I mean sobbing. I had no clue what to do. Charlie's freaking out because I don't cry, especially in front of people like that. He ran to the door with the bat that we have on the windowsill and looked outside. He saw them too. He started freaking out because he didn't know what to do, so he started yelling at them to leave. He said they started smiling. I was crying even more now, and he was still screaming, and I think the neighbors wanted to call the cops. Now think about this. He didn't know what they were. He thought they were normal kids that had scared me. He didn't see their eyes yet. I started yelling at him to go inside when I hear a bunch of footsteps running up the stairs and Charlie screams and runs in. He's telling me he saw their eyes and that they were black, and now we're both freaking out and grabbing kitchen knives. Eventually we calm down and look outside again. No one's there, but we can see a group of kids past the complex with 3 that we think might have been the BEKs. I told him about the other thing that happened to me, and now we're scared to be in this house. We told the other roommates, and they thought we were high or something, so once again, no one believes me. This happened about 3 days ago, and I've been on edge ever since. I am a 19-year-old female. When I was 8, right around Valentine's Day, I received one of those small manila envelopes in the mail. It had no return address, but it was sent from another state where I didn't know anyone from. When I opened it, it was simply a folded sheet of computer paper with a picture of Linus from Charlie Brown holding a heart and his blanket. It appeared to be drawn and colored by hand. On the inside was a short Valentine's Day message with a small personal detail about my life that only someone close to me would know. Naturally, I thought it was probably my grandparents or my parents trying to do something nice for me. Every year it had a picture of Linus, included a detail about my life, was typed in the same font, and was from a different state. For example, the Valentine's Day after I adopted my dog Bailey, the card said, "Would Bailey be jealous if you were my Valentine?" I kept most of these, and managed to find a few as I was rummaging through old, worthless junk. When I got older, I finally mentioned it to my grandparents, fully expecting it to be them, but they swore that they weren't the ones sending the cards. I honestly believe it, because I had expressed my concerns by this point, and they aren't the type that want to scare me. Neither are my parents. The only other family I have in the US are my dad's parents, who don't speak English well and have never owned a computer. They had immigrated here, and there was no way for them to know people in so many states. Aside from my parents and my brother, who found it strange as well, I have no other family. I still get these cards every year, always the same except for one Valentine's Day a few years ago. I received a stuffed teddy bear and a big chocolate heart along with the card. Needless to say, I did not eat the chocolate, and I searched that bear, half convinced that there would be a hidden camera. After that year, I started just receiving the cards again. In any case, as a child, it was sort of exciting and mysterious, like a secret admirer. Now, it's just unnerving. I have racked my brain for years trying to find out who it could possibly be, and I have come up empty-handed. It still makes me uneasy, but if this person wanted to hurt me, I think that they would have done it by now. I've never felt outwardly threatened by them, so I don't think there's much that I can do about it. I'm a sheriff's deputy in a fairly busy county. Along with this job comes the unfortunate familiarity with what a decomposing human body smells like. To me, it's very similar to an animal carcass, but with a much sweeter odor. Not sweet in the sense that I enjoy it, hell no. That smell normally means a bad night for me and another gruesome memory to add to my catalog of things that I would rather forget. With that out of the way, I'll get to what happened. Last night I was patrolling a geographically isolated area of the county which is very large and sparsely populated. Having completed the hour-long trek to the northwestern county line, I began driving through the mountains back toward civilization. About 25 miles from town, or the closest semblance thereof, I hit a straight stretch of highway through a wide valley. Since the weather was nice, I had my windows rolled down. As I passed the entrance of an old logging road, that familiar smell of sweet rot suddenly filled my car. Not just a whiff, a cloud of it filled the cab as if there was a week-old human corpse sitting in the front seat next to me. It was all too familiar, but this time there was something else that I couldn't quite place. It lingered for a few moments, then went out just as quickly as it had entered. Realizing what I had just smelled, my heart sank, and I pulled to the side of the road. I told myself that it was just a dead animal in the ditch, and that my mind was playing tricks on me. I turned my car around and drove slowly back toward the logging road. The closer I got to it, the smell became stronger, and I grew more certain that I was indeed about to find a body. Holding on to a shred of hope that I was wrong, I parked my unit on the side of the highway just before the dirt road. I radioed to dispatch, told them my location, and that I would be out of my unit for a moment. I didn't say why to avoid an awkward disregard on a possible body on the side of the road. I shined my flashlight into the ditch and into the encroaching briars and weeds as I walked closer to where I believed the source of the smell was. Once I was a few yards away from the dirt road, I saw the opening of a concrete culvert going under the highway. At this point, the smell was nearly as strong as it was when I had first passed. The opening of the culvert was about 3 feet in diameter, just large enough to hide a body inside. I cursed and held my breath as I leaned over and shined my light in there. It was just an empty tunnel stretching the width of the highway. Somewhat relieved, I stood and looked around. It smelled as if I was standing on top of whatever was emitting the odor. I searched around the brush for a moment, but found nothing. Thinking the origin might be on the opposite side of the highway, I crossed to the other ditch to continue searching. As I walked away from the other side of the road, the smell grew faint. I stopped at the opposite end of the culvert and peeked inside just to double check. The odor was nearly gone at this point. I stood up and checked my surroundings when I heard a crack in the bush behind me, and the smell engulfed me and was even stronger than before. Thinking for a moment that the wind must have shifted, I froze when I realized that the air was dead still. Whether it was fear or something else, a shiver went down my spine. In the distance, I saw headlights coming down the highway. As the car came near, the odor seemed to move away further into the bushes toward where I had heard the crack. The car stopped, and the passenger rolled down the window and asked if I was all right. I lied and told him that I was. I thanked him for checking, and walked briskly back to my car as they drove away. Then I got the heck away from there. Once I was able to get cell service, I called my friend who was patrolling the opposite side of the county. I explained what had happened, trying not to let on that I was spooked. Once I was done, he paused for a moment, then asked about the unusual hint of something which accompanied the smell. He asked if it was sulfur, and I put 2 and 2 together. It was sulfur that I had smelled. I asked if he thought that I had found a demon in the middle of nowhere, to which he simply responded with a concerned yes. A little background on this guy. He is the son of a missionary and has been around the world. He has seen, rather smelled this before, and told me that it was a very concerning experience. This spooked me even more because his responses were very out of character for him. There's always the chance of a very scientific explanation, and I hope that one is out there. I live in-house of an animal shelter as I'm the on-site vet and do most of the dog's medical needs. We're a non-profit organization, so the majority of our money comes from adoptions, but we are also located out in the middle of the desert with about 20 acres, give or take a couple of acres. I started working here last month, and I have had so many strange occurrences during my nighttime walkthroughs. Living on site means that I room and board here, and typically you get rats and squirrels, small vermin who will poop and agitate the animals. But last night, I was walking around with my flashlight, and one of the dogs who is very calm and chill, his name is Gizmo. He sort of protects me as I've had a raccoon attack last week and had to get a couple shots and some stitching. He comes with me for protection as he's a guard dog of sorts. He's a pit bull terrier. I was counting our dogs and double-checking everyone had gotten their meds, and the cages were locked. I got to the back where trucks can pull in and go out onto the open lot and see what I assumed was a very large dog. I thought that it was one of our big dogs that got out of his pen, so I approached it. But Gizmo started growling and whimpering and pulling back. I flashed my light, and the dog was hunched over still. I pulled Gizmo and he wouldn't budge. I walk over to the kennel where I thought the dog had escaped, but the fuzzball was in his pen. I flash the light in the direction of the dog again, thinking that it's a stray, and see it standing on its hind legs. I don't think anything of it, but that it's a big dog, and that it'll tear Gizmo to pieces, so I release him from my waist leash, and he takes off back to the gate, and sits there whimpering and barking still. I turn to look back at the dog or thing, and keep my light shining, and get my phone out and have 911 ready to dial. That thing stood tall on its two hind legs, and honestly, I was probably stupid to go closer. I got closer, but it started running away on its two hind legs, and it just sent chills down my spine. Gizmo came back to me, and started pulling me away. As I closed and locked the fence, I felt like it was out there again, and so I walked back quick to my room and let Gizmo sleep with me. My boss told me it's my mind playing tricks, but I didn't tell her Gizmo saw and felt the presence as well. Starting with a bit of backstory, I'm a born and raised Long Islander. So are my parents. They met out east, which in Islander talk means the east end of the island. To any New York City rich kids, that means the Hamptons. But for the rest of us who are coincidentally not millionaires, it means the North Fork. Not to get geographically confusing, but Long Island is an accurately named Long Island that forks off about 3/4 of the way down the 90 miles that it stretches. It looks kind of like a fish with its mouth open, with the North Fork being where the eyes are, and the Hamptons being the jaw. Shelter Island is somewhere in the middle, like a smaller fish about to be eaten. Honestly, just save yourself a lot of contemplating and just Google it. So, my mom's family had a summer house on the North Fork. My dad's family had a house on Shelter Island. My parents met working at a summer job, and the rest is, clearly, history. But super long explanation short, I grew up getting to pretend to be bougie, because I had not one but 2 summer houses. Shelter Island was my favorite place. In a lot of ways, just the island itself feels magical. The only access is by ferry, and while traveling there, you feel like you're being transported into a different world. But the picture of Shelter Island in the summer is very different than the winter. In the summer, the population rises to around 20,000 people, but in the winter, no more than 2,000. There are something like 14 students in a graduating class. The people there literally dress up like each other for Halloween. This doesn't necessarily pertain to my encounter, but it's for real creepy and makes me wonder just how involved my encounter could be with the locals. So I was around 12 or 13. I had invited my best friend Lauren to come out with my family that weekend. I was so excited, as it was the first time that Lauren was able to. I remember our bathroom was being renovated, and so the only other bathroom we could use was in the dank, dark basement. that's only connection to the house was by going outside and down the stairs, and then down another set of stairs and into the basement itself. So it had to have been around 10 o'clock, and we went together to the bathroom to brush our teeth. The moon was almost full, so bright that it provided some light to an island where street lamps were few and far between. If it wasn't for the light of the moon, we probably would have passed the creature altogether without realizing, because out there you can hardly see 2 feet in front of you when it's dark. As we were coming back up the stairs, laughing about something menial, that was when we saw it. It was about 10 feet away with its back to us, lurking near my shed. We both froze, and did that thing where you take a quick breath and hold it involuntarily. That made the creature notice us. Its head whipped around, and his eyes were glowing a kind of blood red. It didn't look angry per se, but rather like a feral dog. Not knowing how to react to these 2 little girls suddenly observing it. Almost as if not to scare us, he slowly rose up to full size, which I would guess was around 7 feet. The whole time, it never broke eye contact. I felt I could fall into the pits of blood that its eyes were. It was covered in long, shaggy black hair and had legs like that of a beast. After standing there, frozen in horror, for at least a full minute, all the while in the middle of this staring contest, we both regained control of our feet and ran up the stairs, screaming for my parents. We told my dad repeatedly that we had seen a werewolf, and he went out first, and we followed. He quickly dismissed it and went back inside, a bit disgruntled. I could have sworn that I saw a bush nearby to where it had been move. Over the years, I've had many theories, one of which is that the natives who lived on the island before the white man are responsible, as shape-shifting legends are prevalent in indigenous peoples' cultures. However, skinwalkers in native legend usually choose to be so, very unlike the werewolf curse we so know and love. Maybe it's the descendants of the people who stole this land, cursed to turn under the full moon, choosing isolation to protect their secret, for 9 months out of the 12, anyway. This paranormal encounter took place at the hotel I worked at last year. I was 20 years old, working at a small mom-and-pop hotel in Ontario, California. I had worked there for some time before I started to stay there for a few months. The owner taught me everything that I needed to know so that I can run his business while he went on a business trip to Africa. Mind you, I didn't have a car, so my only option was to stay there and work around the clock if need be. I didn't have to pay for the room, and I got to wash my clothes in the laundry room. There was a grocery store in walking distance, and restaurants all around me where I could get food at a discounted price since I worked at the hotel. I thought this was a sweet deal. One night, my boyfriend came down to visit, and while he was in the bathroom, I heard banging coming from the room next to ours. Then, I heard scratching on my walls. I told him to stop playing, and he didn't even know what I was talking about. The banging continued all night, so I called the front desk and told them that the people next to me were loud and that I had to be up at 6 to go down there to work. She was quiet for a moment, and then she told me that she hadn't rented out the room next to mine. Mind you, I had an end room. I quickly ran outside to see if the curtains were open or closed, and they were open. I could see right into that room, and no one was there. I had never been so creeped out in all my life. I decided to sage the room to get rid of any bad spirits or energy, and that worked for a while, until it didn't. The next time, something demonic happened. I was asleep and kept hearing whispers in my sleep. I hate whispers with a passion, and they creep me out to the fullest. So I sat up in bed, and I was looking around the dark room, and in the corner of the room, I saw white, glowing eyes staring at me. I felt frozen by its glare. I could see its body and saw that it was crouched down, holding its knees. Then I saw more shadows appearing closer and closer. I went to turn on the lamp next to the bed, and it didn't cut on. So my next thought was that I needed to run outside and get to safety. It took all the balls in the world for me to get up and do that. I was so scared that I couldn't even feel my legs. All I could feel was the cold wooden floor beneath me. I got to the door and flung it open, only to see that the bedroom curtains were on the outside of my room's window. The sky was black, and the clouds were a dark green with gray tint. I was mortified to realize that I was still asleep, and that I hadn't actually woken up. I looked back inside the hotel room and saw myself asleep in the bed. I screamed bloody murder, and that's when I jolted awake for real. I said a prayer and went back to sleep. The encounter that followed was even worse. Yet again, I could hear things in my sleep. I was terrified and couldn't move any part of my body. I began to pray in my head as loud as I could, only to wake and feel my body slam on the bed as if I had been levitating. I called my grandma the next day, and she said that it was a demonic attack. I got my car shortly after a few days later, and never stayed in that hotel again. In 2015, I worked a couple weeks at one of those Halloween stores that are in town for the season. This particular location was in an old Kmart building that had been empty for a number of years. A particular problem for this building was the homeless population breaking in to have a safe place to sleep out of the cold. My first day, I was put in the back area, shuffling stock onto pegs. Being my first day, I hadn't met everyone, so when I saw movement out of my peripheral vision, I didn't pay much attention to it. Way off in the back corner of the building, outside the double doors going into the old stock room, I saw a man. He was very tall, maybe 6'3", Hispanic, with long curly dark hair, a dark complexion, white t-shirt, and blue jeans. I figured it was simply a coworker that I hadn't yet met and didn't think anything of it. A few moments later, I looked up, and the fellow was gone. A shift later, I'm an opener. Our manager tasks a coworker and I with going into the old stock room to look for a cart for stock. We get back there, and a motion-activated light in the hallway on the other side of a swinging door turns on. Then the next. Then the next. My coworker freaks and says, "Oh crap, it's probably another homeless person who broke in. Come on, let's go catch them and make sure the back door is locked." So we chase after the movement. We get into the hall, which has a door on either side, to see no one. But in the next area where the back door is, the light's turned on. We run in there, and a stairwell leads up from this area to the old offices. The lights going up the stairs start turning on like someone is going up, but there is no one there. Not a rat, a moth, or so much as a cockroach to trigger the motion sensors. We double-check the back door, and it is securely chained and locked. My coworker turns white as a sheet and says, "That's it. I am done. We're the hell out of here." A shift or two later, I ended up in the back area again, shuffling stock around. From my peripheral vision, I see the same man again, but this time he's maybe 15 feet away. I pay attention this time, and could make out the detail pretty well. His clothes were dirty, and he wasn't wearing shoes. The guy was just standing there, though, not moving. After a few unnerving moments of seeing him there in my peripheral vision, I look directly at him, and he's no longer there. That's odd, I thought, not connecting the dots. I just shrug it off and continue working. My final shift was on Halloween. I'm sorting merch between carts, putting broken stuff in one cart and resellable stuff in the other. The next thing I know, someone is standing a foot away, directly in front of me. Looking down at the cart between us, I can see him perfectly out of the corner of my eye. I could see the grime on his clothes. I could see his breathing. I knew in that moment if I looked up, he wouldn't be there. I suddenly got irrationally angry, a type of anger I've never felt. I said to him without even thinking, "I know what you are. I know what you're trying to do. I'm not afraid of you. You are not welcome here. By the power of the priesthood, I command you to leave now." He growls one guttural growl and then is gone. No fading out, no puff of wind and smoke, just gone. At my current job, a year or two later, one of my coworkers and good friends is a devout Catholic. I told him about the ghost of the homeless guy in the Kmart building, and he just stands there and stares at me. "Do you have any idea what you did and how dangerous it was? You exorcised it. You're not a priest. You should have never been able to do that. You're damn lucky it was just a ghost and not a demon." I never even considered that, nor did I consider my words before I spoke them to the ghost. It was spontaneous, like muscle memory, or like I was being guided. My friend still says I was lucky, and not to do some stupid crap like that again. Since I was 18 or so, I've been having dreams where I know it's a dream, but I cannot wake up. Once, I dreamed that I was sleeping in my bed at my parents' house, and suddenly I woke up in the dream, and everything was normal. TV on, door slightly open, but there was a weird feeling in the room, which I ignored. I tried to get back to sleep, but my conscience told me to turn my head to the door, which I did. It was slightly open again, but this time it was opening a little more every second that passed, and a dark presence was on the other side of the room. At this point, I freaked out, jumped out of my bed, and tried to get out of the room, but something was holding me back, and the path from my bed to the door seemed eternal. Suddenly, everything stopped, and I woke up again in the same position I dreamed of first, TV on, door slightly open. I was still dreaming, and the same thing happened again. Door slowly opening, and me trying to run away from the room through a never-ending path from my bed to the door, with a weird feeling of someone watching me all along. This was a cycle that happened a number of times, that I can't remember, but it was more than 4. I knew I was dreaming, but could not wake up. I was really scared. I tried to wake me up by yelling or hitting me in the dream. Nothing worked. I remember that in real life I was not in my parents' house, and therefore I was not in that bed. At that moment, when I remembered that, I woke up. I dreamed something like that a couple of weeks ago where I couldn't wake up, even though I knew I was dreaming. I have no idea why this happens. This was one of the most frightening moments of my life. My best friend at the time, my brother, his friends, and my friend's boyfriend all went to our local abandoned house, which we call the Witch's Circle, to go ghost hunting. Now, this little abandoned house is actually in a national park called Little Basin Creek Reservoir, but there's actually a story behind this house, which I don't know how much of it I believe. It's said that on Halloween night in the 50s, 2 guys brought their girlfriends out for a sacrifice. I've gone to the archives, done tons of research on this, and can't find anything to verify this information. This Halloween, when we went out there, we were clearly the only ones present. Our cars were the only vehicles there. You have to drive right past town a little ways and head out a dirt road to get there, and there's only one spot for parking, so we would be able to see if any others were there. As we start making our walk down the trail to the house, I'm holding my best friend's hand. We walked under a tree while the entire time I'm staring at the house and not paying attention to my surroundings like I should be in a dark wooded area. A small branch from the tree that we're all walking under at the time falls and lands horizontally at my feet. I didn't see this happen, but my friend and my brother did. They stopped me to look before stepping over the severed branch. I should have taken its warning and not kept going, but I did. As we got further along and closer to the house, now it's not a super long walk to the house, maybe 120 feet from the entrance, we all stood talking quietly amongst ourselves, and then we all heard a very high-pitched scream coming from the backyard. We stopped in our tracks, and I ran back towards the cars. I've never been more terrified. Ever. It's a sound that I will never be able to erase from my memory. That high-pitched death shriek. There's no way I can debunk this, as we were the only ones out there, and it definitely wasn't the sound of an animal. Especially because it sounded like a human female. I haven't been back there since. I want to begin my story by telling you first and foremost, I do not believe in the supernatural. I have never witnessed a ghost, spirit, entity, or malevolent force of nature. I have never encountered a poltergeist, demon, or an angel. I am not here to state the validity of anyone else's experiences, only my own. I do, however, believe in things that are good and things that are evil. Is it supernatural? I'm not here to prove that one way or the other. My story begins when I was 20 years old. I was in college, and like most college students, I was rebellious, wild, and carefree. I was eager to obtain a part-time job. I wanted my own spending money. And coming from a very small community with very little businesses, I was pretty much out of luck. My sister, who is 7 years older than me, was newly married with a baby, my nephew, and she worked at our hospital, the only hospital in our hometown. She was an RN, and trying to establish a good foundation of employment, so she had to take swing shifts before she could set her own hours. Her husband was working the night shift, so they needed someone to care for my nephew on the weekends. I jumped at the opportunity because I loved my nephew and I was good with him. He knew me and was a joy as a baby. I wasn't very popular in college and had very few friends, so having something to do on the weekends brightened my mood somewhat. I started keeping my nephew on the following weekend. It was Friday, February 2nd, 1990. I had just put my nephew to bed and had myself a beer and a cigarette out on the back porch of my sister's home. Yes, I was smoking and had one beer. Get over it. It was the 90s, for pity's sake. There were no cell phones, computer with internet games, or chatting, so when I say it was quiet, it was very quiet. They lived on Highway 322 outside of Clarksdale, Mississippi, and there were not many homes on this road at the time, and also very little traffic. I was reading a book, but halfway through the chapter I was reading, you could have heard a pin drop. The crickets stopped chirping. The wind literally stopped blowing. The mockingbird that I heard calling was silent, and the air suddenly felt so heavy that it became very difficult to breathe. I got up, opened the door to step outside down the steps, and as I'm frantically looking around trying to figure out what the heck is happening, the transformer next to the house explodes. Both streetlights go out, and I can smell burning rubber and plastic. I jumped so badly that I felt my heart catch in my throat, and the sound was deafening with sparks flying everywhere, looking almost like fireworks on the 4th of July. I couldn't hear the monitor to my nephew's room anymore. I realized the power had gone out in the house. That's when I rushed in to make sure he was still sleeping and not freaking out in the pitch black of night. He was perfectly safe, still sleeping peacefully and totally unaware of my miniature meltdown. Just as I was leaving his bedroom, I heard a noise that I still have no explanation for. The sound was a close relation to that of a child crying or a woman screaming. Now believe me when I tell you, I am a country girl, lived in the country most of my life, and I know what a panther sounds like. I've heard it many times. But this was nothing like that. It even resembled the sound of a dying cat, or any animal that may be close to death. Incoherent whimpering, a slight cackle here and there, and then silence. The sound sent a chill right up my spine, making me feel lightheaded and weak. I do not scare easily. I consider myself brave and rational, but all of that departed, leaving me feeling dizzy and nauseous. The sound was not coming from inside the house, but outside, close to the porch, right where I had been sitting. I knew this because I left the screen door open, and standing there motionless looking out the door, I knew it was out there somewhere. I waited a few moments, then I reached for my sister's baseball bat that she kept next to the door. She wasn't a fan of guns or knives, and neither was I, but that bat brought no comfort knowing I would have to get as close as possible to this thing in order to hit it with any amount of force. Trying to find the courage to walk out that door, believing it was only an animal brought no solace to me, but I'm tough, and I would do whatever it took to protect my nephew and myself. I stepped out onto the porch and heard nothing. I grabbed the flashlight hanging next to the porch door, clicked it on, and proceeded to look around. I slowly advanced toward the outside of the door, opened it, and walked slowly, very cautiously down the steps. My heart is pounding, and the only sound I hear is the air leaving and entering my lungs. I feel dizzy and start sweating from fear and adrenaline pumping through me like wildfire. Behind my sister's house, there's nothing but wooded forest and empty fields. Being February, there isn't much going on in the farming community. I make my way to the edge of the field and I hear it again. That dying animal sound. A screech, and then what I can only describe as tearing flesh, or perhaps paper. I have no idea at this point what I'm hearing. I shine the flashlight towards the noise, and what I saw still haunts me to this day. There were glowing red eyes staring right back at me, and in that instant I knew that it wasn't any kind of animal that I had ever heard, seen, or known about. Animal eyes do not glow red when you point a light at them. They're either orange or bright yellow, almost white. Just as I'm about to take a step back, a rush of wind blows past me and I see wings. Yes, wings. These wings are at least 50 to 60 feet in width, far too big for an owl, buzzard, or any other type of bird in that area. When it opened up its wings, the rush of wind almost knocked me off my feet. It had the body of a man and the eyes of a demon, and was enveloped in jet black. I stood there shaking, trying to rationalize what I was looking at, and not believing 1 minute of it. My hands began to tremble, and I felt as though I was about to faint. It stood up, and with one quick whoosh, it shot up in the air and then out of sight. My mind raced. What did I just see? What just happened? What was that thing? The moon was out that night, so I saw it shoot straight up and disappear quick and almost with no sound at all. I'm not sure how familiar you are with the area in which I live, but on that very night, the Parker family was brutally murdered, not an hour after I had seen whatever it was that I witnessed. A family of 4 had come home, walked in on 4 burglars, and were tied up, raped, sodomized, and burned alive. Their house was burned to the ground, and the 4 men who committed this heinous act are still thriving. The justice system in this area rarely sees true justice. After that night, I started researching possibilities on what I had seen, and each time my research led me back to none other than the Mothman. The folklore that surrounds this creature is a sign, an omen of things to come, a tragedy, something so evil you cannot even imagine what it could be. This is the first time I have ever shared this, typed it out, trying to remember the little details, and I'm still convinced that what I saw that night was the angel of death, Mothman, Lucifer himself. Who knows? But I do know what I saw, and I believe with my whole heart that that entity was a prelude to the unimaginable crime being committed that night. I do not believe it appeared to warn me in particular, but ever since I saw it that night, my research has revealed that far more people than me have seen this creature. An entire town, villages, people who have seen this creature right before an accident or traumatic event. Again, I do not believe in the supernatural, but I do believe in evil, and what I saw that night was the epitome of pure evil. I could feel it, smell it, and almost taste it. It exuded evil to the extent that I was almost taken over by it, making me feel so physically ill that I could not shake it off. The next morning when I learned of the murders, which incidentally were only about half a mile from my sister's house, I had that same feeling. Dread, nausea, and a burning in my stomach. I had to run to the bathroom to throw up. It made me so violently ill. I'm sure many will tell me that what I saw was nothing more than some rare bird or something that can be logically explained. But I know in my gut, my heart, and my soul what I saw. It was not of this world, and quite frankly, I never want to see it again. This took place mid-July of 2020. I live in the city, but I often drive to my hometown, if you can even call it that. It's a grain elevator in the middle of a cornfield, just to get away from the hustle and bustle and enjoy some peace and quiet. I prefer to go on my hikes alone, sometimes with or without my dog, depending on what animals I'm trying to observe. This time I chose to go alone, so I parked my car at the river just a few miles from the woods that I wanted to walk through. There's something about being able to see everything, illuminated by the moonlight, and hearing the coyotes that makes me feel at peace. I'd finally made it halfway down the dirt road that leads to the woods. I stopped for a moment because I felt a whoosh of really cold air. I thought that was so strange, because it was a muggy Indiana night, around 80 degrees. I stayed there for a moment looking around to see if there was a logical explanation for the draft that I could see with my eyes. But nada. At that point, I looked directly above me and saw 3 baby raccoons trying to sleep on a branch just above my head. I remember thinking to myself, that's kind of odd, aren't raccoons nocturnal? But I just appreciated them for a moment and kept on going. I get another 500 feet down the road and whoosh, another burst of cold air. I stop again to try and figure out how that was happening. There were clear skies, 0 wind. I couldn't think of a good explanation. Before I had much more time to think on it, I heard something. To the right of me was a mostly unkempt hay and grass field, probably about knee-high at most. The moon was so bright that it was impossible to not get a good view of everything. I hear this rustling in the grass, maybe 20 feet away from me, and then it just stopped. I could see the animal now. I'll do my best to describe it. It was on all fours, but it appeared that it had the ability to be bipedal if it chose to be. I could see the nape of its neck, down to where the animal's back legs would be. The hair on its back was very strange. It had a large, thick mohawk ridge along its spine. From what I could see of the animal, I assumed that it had to weigh close to 100 pounds. Its steps were very heavy. Nothing graceful at all about it. The rest of the hair on the animal's body looked similar to that of a chimpanzee or some sort of ape. The 2 front legs were very powerful, had a broadly set stance. But the thing that messed with me the most was the sound. I'll never forget it. I was holding my breath, hoping I had just run across one of the many feral swamp dogs and that he would run off since they don't like people. I realized quickly that I was wrong. As I stood there staring, this animal started sort of loping, pacing into a figure-8 pattern. It did this for maybe 15 seconds, but it felt like an eternity. And then, the thing charged me. That's when it made the sound. There was something so wrong with its breathing. Forgive me if I'm being offensive, that's not my intent. But this animal sounded like someone who was trying to breathe but didn't have a nose, or some serious damage to its airways. It was like a snarl, growl, breath, all in one. I could hear it snap its jaws when it backed away from the bluff. This all happened so fast. Let me try to give more context. About another 500 feet away from where this happened, there's an old-fashioned settler's cabin. My first thought was to get there for safety, but before I could even make that choice, I heard a scream. Not a human scream. I'm not an expert, but through my many years of living in the woods and observing the different animals, I've got an okay ear for knowing what animal calls come from what animal. This scream sounded like a mountain lion. We don't even have those here. So basically I had to say no to that plan for safety. But wait, there's more. If you continue down the dirt road past the abandoned cabin, there's a small parking lot. The reason I didn't take my car there is because you're not supposed to be in that park at night. Well, someone else was there too. After I heard that scream, I heard a car and then started to see the headlights come over the hill toward me by the cabin. At this point, I was flipping out. The crazy animal that charged me was nowhere to be seen. There might be a crazed wildcat just a few feet away, and now some Cutlass Supreme is hauling ass in my direction. In all my wisdom and fantastic decision-making, I dove into the hayfield to hide from the car. Yes, the same field that the crazy animal was in. Thankfully, they didn't see me, but they were absolutely flying, tearing out of that place like a bat out of hell. It made me wonder if they had something to do with the screaming animal, or the weird one in the field. Needless to say, I had had enough of that night, and cut my way through other properties and woods to get back to the river where my car was. For about 2 years now at my childhood home, there's been something in the woods around it. They've built in the span of 2 years a house where the woods used to be, but it only seems to have made whatever is there more active. So for backstory, 2 years ago I was with my dog taking him out to go pee. He was being agitated and skittish, which is very unlike him. He's a Chow Shepherd mix, and he's as much a protector as any other dog, so his attitude this night in particular had me on edge as well. I went to join him when I heard him growling, so I stepped out to the side of the house, hearing him absolutely lose it. For a bit of setting, there's a fence around the length of our backyard that also goes about halfway up the sides of the house. The fence has a gate on either side of the house, and there are trees and overgrowth also on either side of the house. As I step out of the door, I notice something moving in the tree line, so I quickly step back inside. We have a baseball bat for protection, and I went to get that and came back. My dog was still losing it, and was staring at the thing I had seen, and had not moved. He was growling, snarling, and his ears were pinned and his tail was tucked. Something was really, really messing with him. So I go down the side fence, letting the bat clink along the chain link, making sure whoever was there knew that I was armed. I'm 5'4" and look really soft or easy to take on, but I can bench 200 pounds and am not afraid. I'm also a bit of an idiot, but I'm not unused to scary things, so I was more annoyed than scared, really. That changed very quickly, though. I stood right behind my dog and looked at this figure, which was still standing dead in place. I considered that there was nothing there, but I wouldn't know until I double-checked. I called out to the figure, telling the person I assumed was there that they needed to get off of private property. They were on my soon-to-be neighbor's land, and I was afraid they had been messing around in the construction process. Honestly, I assumed it was just some teenager. But then I heard an owl coo. And I'll be honest, we don't have many of them here where I live. I sort of feel this cold, damp dread spread across my body. And I hesitate, but I pull my phone out and flash the flashlight. I kind of wish I hadn't. Standing there was a figure, which was ridiculously tall, I'll say 8 to 10 feet, and thin and wiry. It was in all black, something like a hooded robe. It looked heavy, and it didn't hang naturally. I couldn't tell the physical size of the body of this thing because it was so heavily cloaked, but its face was the thing that really threw me for a loop. It had the face of an owl. I don't know what kind of owl, but the big black eyes, the beak, the round moon face, and it clearly had a pale tan face, and the dark brown feathers around the edges of it. It did not blink or move when the light hit it. It continued to just stand there. I could see the rise and fall of its chest. My dog barked for the first time with the light on it, and quickly I turned off the light and moved back inside. I'm a practicing witch, so after that I quickly worked on protections for the house, my dog, and me, and also did a cleansing because I felt almost electrocuted. I've seen it twice since this first time, and my mother has seen it a few times too. She hypothesizes that it's angry about the new construction on the land, and I think it's a warning. I hold this Celtic belief, which is that on Halloween night, the veil between our world and the world of the dead is thinner. So I'm pretty spooked on Halloween. This Halloween was pretty messed up for me. Nothing had ever happened on any Halloween before this one. The house I live in right now is not haunted. Everyone feels great in it. So on Halloween night, I took a nap. Weird sleep schedule. The doorbell kept ringing because kids wanted candles and treats. I wasn't alone, so other people were answering. Between two of those waking up for a couple seconds before going back to sleep moments, I had the weirdest experience. I hadn't turned the light off, so I saw it very clearly. It was so bizarre. I saw two little girls entering my room and just running around before disappearing. There are no kids in that house, but I was like, it's just me. Then something else happened at night when I was trying to sleep. I woke up and saw someone next to my bed facing me, entirely encompassed by shadow. I thought at first, oh, it's my boyfriend, but my boyfriend left 2 days before to work. He was pretty far away. So I started to realize that it wasn't him, and I just tried to turn on the light while I was panicking. No one. That happened just before this experience. I saw a shadow walking into my room, and I thought it was my boyfriend again, except it wasn't because he was again not here. It wasn't sleep paralysis. I could move and everything. I experienced it before, and it's definitely not that. It was late summer, and my mom and I had decided that we should go out for a little spontaneous hike. We did our research, and found one trail that said it was a 4-mile round trip. Sounded easy enough. We got up early that morning, and began our trek. The entire forest had a horrible vibe. Even my mom picked up on it, and she's never been into any of the paranormal, etc. We had been walking around for hours, and this forest just seemed to get weirder and weirder. We had plenty of water and food, so I really can't say if we were just dehydrated or tired. We began to hear singing in the woods, and we just stopped and stared at each other. We had to be miles into the forest by now. Our step counter was saying that we had well surpassed the promised 4 miles. Where on earth would singing be coming from out there? We just looked at each other and began laughing. I remember her saying, "No way," and shaking her head and carrying on. It had been quite some time now, and we hadn't encountered another person on the trail. Suddenly, this man walking really fast surpasses us and rounds a bend behind a rocky hill so that we can't see him anymore. He said no words, just came up behind us and darted by. Again, me and my mom laughed and envied his athleticism until we rounded the bend ourselves to find that he was completely gone, out of sight. The path after that bend was fairly straight, and you can see far ahead of you, so there's absolutely no way he would have been able to clear that area that fast. This time my mom stops and says, "You gotta be kidding me." We're thoroughly freaked out after this. Eventually, we reach the peak, and after walking that long, you'd think that someone would probably want to stay there for a while and enjoy the view. Well, we pretty much got to the top, looked, and then left. We never discussed it, but I could tell that we were both uncomfortable and just wanted to leave. We were maybe halfway back through the trail, and the sun was beginning to set. We were moving fast. Our step counter said that we had hiked 10 miles compared to the 4 that we had initially expected. As the forest got darker, I began to hear leaves crunching behind us. I reluctantly turned and noticed that it was a buck several yards away. We hurried along as to not disturb it further, but then I began noticing that something was off. It was following us from a distance. It did so almost like a predator, hiding and peeking. I tell my mom that we were being followed by the deer, and we were pretty much at a jog at that point. The buck would not let us go. I would sometimes notice that it would catch up and follow just beside us. It always remained several yards away, though, always lurking, head down. I've lived out in the country my entire life, and have seen all the deer that you can imagine. I've never been followed by one like this. This seemed more than just curiosity. It felt horrible, predatory. I felt like I was in danger, always hearing those footsteps behind me, the feeling of being watched. Clearly, we made it out unharmed, but I really wonder if it actually intended to hurt us, or if it was just ushering us out of the forest. All in all, it was a freaky experience. Something is definitely up with those woods. I remember around 12 years ago, when I was around 11 or 12, I stayed over at my grandmother's a lot to keep her company after my grandfather passed away. I was lying in bed one night. I had just turned the TV off to go to sleep when I heard a creaking sound outside the door, but I just thought it was Grandma going to the bathroom since she had to walk past my room to get there. Then, I heard the handle being pulled down, and again I just thought it was my grandma, maybe just coming in to say goodnight before bed. As I looked toward the door, I saw a large, white hand grip the edge of the door, and instantly I knew it wasn't her. I was too terrified to say or do anything, so I just kept watching as the door slowly opened. Because of the window at the top of the stairs outside the room, there was just enough light from the streetlights outside coming through to see what it was. It was a tall, slightly transparent figure. It just stood in the doorway for what could have been seconds or minutes, or who really knows how long. I couldn't look away, and I refused to shut my eyes, even to blink, but of course, I had to eventually, and once I blinked, the figure was gone, with only the open door as proof that it wasn't my imagination. To this day, I still don't know what it was. I told my friends before, and they said it could have been my grandfather's ghost, but it was way too tall and skeletal looking to be my grandfather in my opinion, and I felt a deep, sinister feeling from it that couldn't be further from the warm, loving person that my grandfather had been. I've had a few odd experiences with things before that I could chalk up to imagination or overreacting, but as they say, you have to see it to believe it. And after that day, I certainly believe. Ever since, it's had me wondering what else could be out there. This isn't a scary story per se, it's more eerie and odd. Just a disclaimer in case you're expecting otherwise. I met David 18 years ago when I was just 14. He was an idol for me when I first met him. He did so many fascinating things. He was a special effects artist on several television shows that were filmed in Miami, Chicago, and New Orleans. He was a sword/bladesmith, and he would render 3D images to help work on historically accurate swords for museums when the original couldn't be displayed due to research. He was amazing, and through all the years, he never lost his shine. When I was young, I wanted to be just like him. He told me very early on that he hated his name, and went by Monkey. This made me laugh so hard, as he imitated a monkey as he told me his name preference. To his best friends, Heather, Keenan, Pixie, and myself, he wasn't just a person. He was a shining star. Skipping forward many years to 2015, I bought a house in New Orleans. I hadn't quite lost track of him, but I was in my own world because of a death in the family. In late 2016, we reconnected at a club outside of Chicago, and I invited him out to visit me in New Orleans. In spring of 2017, he took me up on that, and he flew down, and it was like no time had passed. He was still the same exact shining star that I remembered. Still the goofy monkey that I remembered. In 2018, I went back to Chicago to help with family, and he stayed in New Orleans. In 2019, I was touring with a band, and we had a stop in New Orleans, and I had found out that our friend Carter had passed away. It hit us both very hard, as Carter was in his early 30s just like me, but we were able to console each other. That was the last time that I saw Monkey, at a funeral. I had brought him a necklace that Carter had made, but I never got the chance to give it to him. We kept in contact over the phone after that, as I needed to get back to Chicago and he chose to stay in New Orleans. 2020, COVID started, and made it impossible to visit for a while. But that brings me to now. November 2nd for me, as I'm currently in the UK, but it was November 1st over there, with the time difference and all. I was woken up by a mutual friend ringing my phone off the hook at 5 a.m. UK time. I answered it, and they didn't give me much info, just that he was in an ambulance and that they needed to get in contact with his parents. Enter Heather again. I called her immediately, and she got everyone in contact. As I was starting to fall asleep again, she called me and let me know that he hadn't made it. I don't remember how I took it over the phone. I think I was just in shock and disbelief. Later that day, I went looking for his social media, and it was all gone. None of us could find it. At some point that evening, I went scrolling through Instagram as one does. One of his deleted profiles popped up, and I clicked on it. How it reactivated after his passing, I have no clue. Immediately, I was drawn to a photo of him, so I clicked on that. The caption was, "Very alive and very well. I hope the same for you." And I know that he was trying to reassure me by leading me to that photo. The photo itself was from 2018, but I had never seen it before. I don't believe in coincidence, so I am damn certain that this was his way of saying goodbye and telling me that he was okay, wherever he is. It still makes me cry, and it will for a while, but I appreciate the message from him. The profile disappeared again the very next day. It might seem mundane to some, but I could almost feel him in the room trying to comfort me. Rest in peace, David Mad Monkey. Those of us still on Earth miss you. This began in January of this year. I live on the Front Range of Colorado, meaning that once the mountains stop, it's basically plains for miles and miles. There are a lot of small roads and strange dead ends around these parts, and one of these is a favorite of me and my friends as it goes a long way out from the main road with basically no reason for anyone else to be there. This privacy is great for any variety of teenage shenanigans. Back in January, I was high as hell in the back of my friend's car as we drove down that road, hoping to park at the end so that we could smoke some more. As I was staring out the window, I swore that I could see the silhouette of a tall, strangely proportioned person running alongside our car. It was far out in the field, and I convinced myself that it was just my inebriated mind playing tricks on me so that I wouldn't freak out. And I didn't tell my friends so that it wouldn't bother them. We parked there for a few hours, lights off, and then went home with nothing else amiss. This actually makes me want to die now. Tonight I was headed back out to that spot with my girlfriend, both of us in separate cars. My drive up was pretty uneventful, but there was some fog that made it pretty spooky. Once we parked, my girlfriend hopped into my car and was obviously super freaked out. Once I got her to calm down, she told me what had happened. On the drive up, she looked out her window and saw a tall, dark figure, exactly like what I had seen 11 months ago, but this time, it was just standing there, staring. As soon as she made eye contact with it, her car radio turned to static. She pretty quickly turned it off and hauled ass to meet up with me. I cannot stress enough how little she believes in the supernatural, so seeing her as freaked out as she was definitely left me a little uneasy. I helped calm her down, and then hopped out of the car to take a piss. I know, literally the stupidest move ever, but at the time, I hadn't remembered what had happened to me previously, and I really had to pee. While I was out there, I definitely felt like something was watching me, but I'm a generally anxious person, so I brushed it off, as I was only going to be out there for like 30 seconds. When I stood up and went back to my door, my girlfriend looked absolutely terrified, and she was staring over my shoulder, not at me. My first thought wasn't anything supernatural. We're both girls, so I assumed that some creepy rapist had crawled out of the grass and was standing right behind me, waiting to hurt us. When I tell you I flew into the driver's seat, I really mean it. My flight reflex took 100% over. I slammed the door, looked over at her, and yelled, "What?" As far as I could tell, there wasn't anyone there. She told me that she had heard faint, female voices coming from the grass, exactly like ours. We were in an open plain, so there was no way that it was an echo. Whatever was out there was mimicking us. The mimicry is what did it for me, and I knew that we had to leave ASAP, especially as I had deciphered my hazy memories of the last time that I saw whatever it was. I didn't tell my girlfriend exactly what was wrong, just turned around so that my headlights were on her car so that she could get out there quickly. Once we were safely away, I called her and told her my thoughts. We're both incredibly spooked right now, obviously. I was home alone on Thanksgiving. It was 2015 around evening time, and I heard some knocking. Being in a festive and playful spirit, I opened the door without looking, and automatically felt a deep sense of regret, sort of like a literal, oh shit, moment. I didn't know where it was coming from until I actively started trying to place what was wrong with the situation, and that's when I realized they didn't have any whites in their eyes. For a second I thought, isn't Halloween over? And was confused until the oldest boy made eye contact with me. And that's literally when I felt like I was staring death in the face. They wanted to come in, and the way they spoke made it seem like they knew what I was thinking and were actively mocking my helplessness. I slammed the door on them, turned all my lights on, and started watching TV while they stood outside and would occasionally knock. I felt like I lost a good 6 hours of time because I don't even remember when I fell asleep or what I was last watching. I remember when I first sat down, Gabriel Iglesias was playing, but I don't remember anything. When I woke up, it was around 2 a.m., and the lights were all off, and there was only static on the TV. I have Dish Network, and there were no power outages in my area, and I don't get static if Dish were to go out. I would get a channel listed as an HDMI and a black screen, or it would be the introduction screen where it would show two people talking about the features of Dish Network. Also, if the lights went out, they would come back on. I had to literally switch the lights on and off a few times for it to work, but no one was home. After that, I would occasionally see them outside, and every time it would be pin drop silence, and my lights would occasionally go out or something would lose power like my dish. One time my phone that was at 63% dropped to 1% in 5 minutes. After a few months of being afraid of every knock, I decided to call an imam to bless the house. I also saged the house and brought a lot of different surahs, psalms, to put in every room, including the bathrooms. Since then, the visits have stopped. However, a few months after that, I remember hearing a blood-curdling scream and a banging sound on my door. I looked through the peephole and saw nothing. A few months ago, maybe 2 or so, my mom and I heard a banging coming from the front door, and same thing. No one was there. I don't know if it was them, or something coming back, or just kids playing a prank, but I was so terrified. Ever since we moved to our new house, I hear someone playing in my son's room when he's outside. Generally, I just wrote it off as something he placed precariously, that just fell or something, and then I saw it. Or her, rather. I was sitting on my couch talking with the wife about whatever we were going on about, and when I turned my head back to look at my wife, I saw a little blonde girl in a white dress peeking around the corner of our hall entrance that leads to my son's upstairs room. I immediately asked my wife if she saw it, but of course she was looking at me when it happened. It was basically right behind her. Just the other day I heard what I thought was my wife calling out, "Hey!" as she was doing laundry. I got up to see what she wanted, and she had no idea what I was talking about, and said that she didn't say anything. And she didn't hear anything either, even though the sound came from the area where she was, at the bottom of the stairs that lead to my son's room. Are there any Android apps or something that can help me communicate with the spirit that I believe is in this house? She seems playful, and sometimes I hear my son playing alone, talking to someone that isn't there, but when I ask him, he says he's just talking to his toys. I'm posting for my fiancé, who experienced this a few years before we met. He was out at night walking our dog, his at the time, in his parents' neighborhood in southeast Louisiana where we're from. It was dark, and on his parents' street there's only 2 street lamps at an intersection about half a block down from their house, and another at the end of the street a few blocks from them. He got as far as the first lamp when he saw someone or something down the street, hunched over, digging in the neighbor's garbage cans under the next light. He thinks it may have been furry, but he said the color was dark, like black, gray, or maybe brown. He stopped with the dog, and this thing notices them under the streetlight and straightens up. He said suddenly it was between 7 and 8 feet tall, and its legs were bending in the opposite direction that human legs could bend at the knee. It started coming towards him and the dog at a slow pace, so my fiancé noped and turned around to go back to the house. He looked behind him, and it had sped up, so he sped up. And finally, it was full on running at a lean, and so he took off running back at the house, basically dragging the poor dog behind him, and he could hear whatever it was pounding the pavement. He jumped the ditch, ran through the yard, and into the house. He said sometime after that he noticed very large, very inhuman footprints in the yard, literally right off the concrete path that leads up to their front door. A few nights later, he went out to smoke around 3 or 4 in the morning, and there were more footprints on the concrete directly outside the door, as if this thing was just standing there, looking in the giant window that was in the front door. Also, this was around the same time that summer when a lot of pets were going missing in the area. As in, you couldn't go a block without seeing missing posters plastered everywhere. We have no idea what this thing was, and he never saw it again after that, and animals stopped going missing shortly after. We've talked about it a bunch of times, and have been trying to figure it out for years. I am and always was connected to spirits in some way. I'm Native American, which does contribute to my sensitivity to otherworldly experiences. This particular experience happened about 7 years ago. Growing up, I was a weird kid. In middle school, I was in the paranormal/ghost hunter phase, watching anything that had to do with ghosts and hauntings that I could. Down the road from my house was a big and decrepit house, which always gave me and my friends really weird vibes, like something was watching us as we would walk past. One day, me, my sister, and my friend were looking on the app store for an app to keep us busy, a new thing to do that wasn't like what we did on a normal day. We found this app that claimed to pick up EVPs. We take the app to the house to test it out, being kind of skeptical. We sat up on the driveway asking questions. As we asked questions, to our surprise, we got answers. The app told us that the spirit was an 8-year-old boy named Shane who had died in a fire. This made us flip out, running down the road to my mom. She dismissed it since it was a free app on the Apple Store after all, so we dismissed it as well. A few years later, I was in class with a friend from high school, and for some reason we started talking about ghosts and paranormal encounters. This friend had moved into the house down the road after the years of it being renovated and ready for a new family. She went on about how she would hear noises in her house, and how she kept seeing a little boy. I instantly jump up at her saying this, and I asked her, "Is he blonde? Did he look like he was about 8 or 10? She raised her eyebrow, confused, but said, "Yeah, how do you know this?" This is where I explain what we did as kids, and how we didn't believe it, until she told me what she did. Apps like that are still skeptical to me, but I don't think the set of experiences were mere coincidences. To me, this is something more, and still sends a bit of a shiver down my spine to this day. Say their name, and it will kill them. We live in an isolated community on the Navajo reservation. My aunt and her 2 brothers were home alone, while my grandparents had left for the evening to attend a chapter house meeting. They were in the house, and like many people from the reservation, they didn't have electricity. It had been dark outside for about an hour, and my aunt and uncle were getting ready for bed. Outside, they heard noises, as if someone were moving things around the house. My oldest uncle went to look out the front window and saw a large figure out by the truck. This was immensely out of the ordinary, because the closest neighbor was miles away. Whatever it was opened the truck door and began to dig through the personal items that my family had left in the vehicle. My aunt and uncle were frightened by the sight and knew that they should take action. They took out their rifle and steadied themselves to hold it up. They flung open the door and aimed the gun at the dark figure. The figure turned and began to walk toward them, totally unfazed by the weapon. My uncle pulled the trigger, but nothing happened. The figure drew closer, and my aunt began to smell something like a rotting corpse. It was so strong that it made her gag. My uncle continued to pull the trigger with no luck, and the figure came closer and closer. Off in the distance, headlights were coming up the road. My grandparents were returning. The figure looked toward the lights and started to move away and tucked itself behind a tree near the house. My oldest uncle ran toward the truck with the gun. My grandfather got out of the car and my uncle pointed to the tree. This thing was poking out its head to observe what they were doing. My grandfather ran into the house and over to the stove and grabbed a handful of ashes and rubbed over the gun and placed an ash-covered bullet into the chamber. He walked out onto the porch and fired toward the tree. Whatever that thing was didn't expect the gun to go off. The gunshot echoed, and the dark figure began sprinting. My grandma chased my aunt inside, and my uncle and my grandfather went after it. There weren't many roads or paths, so as my grandfather and uncles chased the figure, the truck was bouncing and the headlights were not fixed on one particular spot. My uncle swears that whenever the headlights would hit the figure, he saw a woman, but not only that. Whoever it was running on all fours like a bear. My grandfather eventually stopped the truck, and as they neared the ditch that drops about 20 feet, he got out and began to yell in Navajo. My uncle says that he was yelling out about a local woman. He yelled that he wasn't scared, and that he knew it was her, and to leave his family alone. A few days passed, and there was news that the woman that my grandfather had yelled about had passed away. I've always been told that if you know who the skinwalker is, say their name, and it will kill them. When I was about 5 years old, I used to have these scary, recurring dreams that always had the same old woman in them. The old woman had gray, curly, short hair, and she was always wearing a creepy black dress with lace on the hems. In the dreams, she would always be trying to scare me. It seemed as though she took pleasure in scaring me. A prominent one that I remember is her sitting on top of me whilst I slept, with a basket of flowers. She would just stare right at me. So only about 3 or 4 years ago, when I was about 16 or 17, that same exact woman appeared in my dream. Same scary vibe and everything. What is super creepy about this occurrence is that I hadn't thought about this woman or talked about her for so many years. It was totally random for that to happen to me. Plus, this recent dream was just as vivid as the others. Almost as though she was visiting me again through her own free will. Another thing that might not have anything to do with the dream is that when I was a child I had a black dress just like hers that would hang in my closet, and I didn't know where it came from. It always creeped me out because it looked like the scary old woman's dress. I can't remember where I got it, but I might have worn it to my grandmother's funeral, who died when I was 2 or 3. We used to have a chair sitting in my parents' closet. It was one of those old straw ones that felt like it was going to fall apart every time you sat on it. My sister was born first, and almost every night she would stand in her crib pointing at the wall. At first, my parents had no idea what was going on, until they found out the direction she was pointing was where my parents' closet was, with the chair. The same thing happened over and over until I was born 4 years later. I got the room that my sister had been in. I was 1, and when my parents saw me one night, I was doing the exact same thing, pointing at the same spot that my sister had. Time went on, and nothing happened concerning the chair. One day my parents went into their closet and found written in crayon the name Sue. My parents have never seen this before. After that, nothing else happened. The chair started to take up space, so my mom decided to take it to the place where she used to work. Our good friend had that class now, and it was all hers. It was a 5th grade science class. After about a month, my mom got a text that Sue was doing things. She said that Sue was dumping stuff off of shelves and throwing things. She said that Sue took a liking to one of her kids and messed with his hair and threw stuff directly at him. That was the last time we ever heard anything about Sue. I would definitely like to go back to see if she's still there. This last Halloween, I didn't have many friends. Only 2 at the time who wanted to celebrate together. One eventually bailed, leaving me and my friend Rob to hang out alone. It was freezing, and I had to bike out to our usual rendezvous place, which was about equidistance from our houses. This place was a gas station adjacent to a very large field that was occasionally used for soccer games. Once we both arrived to the gas station, we went inside, got water and sunflower seeds, and left. Due to the pandemic, we decided not to risk exposure by trick-or-treating, so we went to go walk in this field. It was around 9:30 at night, and pitch black outside. We don't live near any major cities, so our only light was from the moon and the stars. The sky was clear that night, so around 5 minutes in, we became entranced by the stars in the sky, walking forward with our heads craned back, looking up. This went on for a minute or 2 before we thought we heard shuffling near us. We turned to the right to see a dark figure, lit very dimly by the extraterrestrial light. I'm a rather small person, and Rob isn't too much bigger, so the littlest things normally will put us on edge. But this thing was different. It looked bipedal, though it seemed to be bent over with a near hunched back. And there were protrusions from its head, either horns or ears. It was difficult to tell. I immediately emitted a short scream and ran to the side toward Rob. I knew he occasionally carried a hunting knife, as he's more of an outback type of person than me. The thing then bent down to walk on all 4s and started yipping strangely, like a small dog almost. My friend grabbed the back of my jacket and yanked me back and yelled at me to run. He then pulled out the hunting knife. The creature was pacing while still making strange noises. It looked like it was about to get closer before Rob threw the knife at the thing and got up to run. He yelled an exasperated "shit" as he started to sprint away. As we ran, I heard a voice repeatedly echo Rob's, also saying "shit." We ran all the way back to the gas station and to where we parked our bikes. Wordlessly, we decided it was best to just go inside the brightly lit station and just wait for our nerves to calm down. We haven't been able to hang out since due to the virus, but I doubt that we will go walking in that field at night again. Unfortunately, my dad died earlier this year, and the way he died was terrible, in which my whole family has to go to therapy. Yet, I still miss him and love him always. To get into the experience, I've moved around a lot this year due to personal problems since my dad's passing. I also got 2 puppies this year from the same litter. Lost my dad and dog on the same day. Kind of like a replacement for the 2 loved ones that I did lose. One of the dogs was quiet and usually pretty chill, except that he had these moments where he would start staring at a wall or something in the room randomly, when he wouldn't normally do this. I know that dogs have a 6th sense about paranormal stuff, as well as cats and other animals. This behavior would happen about each month, around 2 to 3 times since I got him in May. Then I moved again to my godfather's house, which he's my dad's older brother. There are still some tense feelings here and there because it's a very sensitive topic for my godparents and dad's side of the family to talk about my dad, or even to see videos or pictures of him. Around the same time I started my new job, where it would require me waking up at 2, 3, sometimes 4 in the morning to leave for work. In front of my room, there'd be like a tiny light that's usually on sometimes when people forget to turn it off. There's nothing in the way of that light that could ever cause a shadow. One day I was leaving for work. It was about a week ago. I go to get my shoes, and I'm about to leave through the front door when I look up, and in front of the light, there is a shadow of a person. I immediately recognized who it was. It was my dad. The only reason I know him is because of his shoulders and height. I looked and saw his big shoulders and his head. I blinked, and then it went away. I closed the door to the house and went to my car. Until about 10 minutes later, it hit me again that I had just seen my father. I think I cried about it after work, but I couldn't tell anyone for fear of them thinking that I've lost my mind. I was 14 at the time of this story. My mom was a pretty hardcore Christian. She went to this church for a long while, and every year they had this drama called Hell Night. It was during the week of Halloween being the last night to do it. Basically, it was a drama where a certain made-up character would die and be judged by God and show what their life was like, and on and on. Anywho, my mother played a demon in this, and said she had a certain outfit that she had to wear with white contacts and the whole getup. One day after getting home from school, the house was empty. Or so I thought. Out bursts my mother from her room in the back of our long hallway in her full costume on all fours, crawling toward me like she was legit possessed. I almost shit myself. So Halloween night comes, and I decide to stay home from this night of the drama. It usually lasts until 1 a.m. or longer, and I still had school to worry about. So I'm hanging out at home, ignoring the knocks on the door because I had no candy. Well, I'm sitting on the couch watching TV, and I hear my mother's room door swing wide open. I get off the couch and peek down the hallway, and there she is, on all fours, looking dead at me. But I couldn't see her face because the wig was covering it. As she crawled towards me, in my head I was thinking, nice try, but I'm not falling for this again. But this time, it's a hell of a lot faster, and she makes a hard left down 2 sets of stairs into our finished basement. After that, I didn't hear anything else that night. Mind you, my mother was still at our church, in the middle of doing the drama, and she didn't get home for a couple more hours. Typing this brought back that feeling. I can't explain it. But I know that whatever I saw was not my mother. This is my sister's story. It happened when she must have been about 16. She's 22 this year. We live in Queensland, Australia, and this happened at my grandmother's house. Her land is quite big. There's about 7 acres for the area, considering that this happened right in the middle of a very well-populated suburb. Her house is right next to the school that my sister went to, like jump the fence next to. There are 3 houses on my grandma's street. I put street in quotations because it's basically just one giant driveway that my grandma lives at the end of. The neighbor's backyard is visible through some light trees at my grandma's front yard. The reason I explain this is because from reading a lot of skinwalker stories, this doesn't seem like the typical setting. It must have been about 8 p.m. during winter in Australia, so it was pretty dark. She was dog-sitting my grandma's 2 very little dogs, Ruby and Crystal, for the weekend. She let them out to go to the toilet and kept an eye on them because they get distracted pretty easily. She called the dogs and only Crystal came running to the door. There's a dim light that illuminates the porch, but not her yard. She could barely see Ruby, but she was just sitting there, staring at her. She called her name a few more times in a high-pitched voice, which the dogs always come running to. Ruby took a few steps forward and just sat down again, still staring at my sister. My sister always emphasizes that Ruby looked all types of wrong. Her face appeared as if someone had tried to draw Ruby from memory, but just couldn't. She explains that it looked like a human crawling, but as if they were a dog. My sister was super freaked out. She noticed that she couldn't see or hear Ruby anywhere. She closed the door and ran into the room where both of the dogs had been sitting and where she was watching TV. And there they were, sitting on their bed, acting completely normal. She ran back to the door, and the thing pretending to be Ruby was gone. She locked the door and went straight to bed. It wasn't until recently that she brought up this story again. She had told it many times before, but considering I was about 8 the first time that she had told this story, I wasn't paying much attention to it. I recognized it as a skinwalker since I loved the episode of the Jenna and Julian podcast where they talk about them. I went to my sister and told her that that was what it was. My sister and I, being the paranormal addicts that we are, spent hours telling our sister and dad about skinwalkers. To this day, I'm still terrified that we have skinwalkers in Australia. Last year, I was living in a small mountain town in central southern Colorado in the Rio Grande National Forest. Super small town. Ute natives were tragically killed in the whole area. I don't usually get creepy vibes when I'm there, but it's definitely weird in many ways. I was in my car at 2 a.m. with a friend. We were parked outside our house looking down the road with the only streetlight across the street lighting up the area. From 15 yards in front of us, we see a large animal emerge from darkness and catch the light. We started asking each other what it was, commenting on its size. It was like the size of a small horse or a big deer. It walked toward us. It stood 1 yard away from my door. We were frozen. We were unable to move, and we just stared at it with it so close to us, and I said, "Is that a wolf?" It's all I could think that it could be. It was tall, completely silver. It looked like a wolf from a movie. As it stood there, it looked up to the sky, and then left, and then to the right. Then it ran away toward the large cliffs at the back of the town where the abandoned mines are, and a large forest begins. We were stunned. We stayed frozen and silent for minutes, until we just started laughing. We eventually calmed down and went inside, but were confused as hell. After that, I told some coworkers, thinking how cool it was, that I saw a wolf. They all said that it was impossible, that no wolves had lived there for decades. So I do some research, and they're right. No wolves have been here for like 40 years, and it would be a miracle if I had seen one, especially a gray wolf. As I look at more pictures of wolves, my memory becomes clearer. What I saw was too tall and silver to even be a gray wolf. My friend and I have not forgotten one detail of this story. I'm sure it wasn't a dog. If it was, then that was the biggest dog in existence. I remember the world washing away as I stared at its shining fur. It was possibly the most majestic animal I have ever seen. There were chills covering my body, and I could barely breathe. Do you think that I saw a skinwalker? Yesterday, I took the day off of work to do a bunch of chores around the house, so I was home alone. One of the things I had to do was turn in our old cable equipment and DSL router, get new equipment, and install it. My house was built in the early 1950s, that is, the upstairs part. We have a downstairs part that's a new addition built sometime in the early 2000s. I only mention this so that you can understand that the upstairs of the house is a raised foundation with wooden floors throughout. The new addition is downstairs on concrete foundation. Upstairs, you can hear the footsteps of someone walking around with shoes on their feet. Downstairs, it's a little harder to hear because there's carpeting and it's on concrete, so if someone was running across the house on the upstairs older part, it's loud and echoey. Yesterday, as I said, I was home alone. It was early in the afternoon. I was downstairs installing the new router on the very far corner of the downstairs part of the house. As I was laying on the floor trying to locate the cables and put them in the right places, I heard loud running coming from the upstairs in the older part of the house. It's not possible that someone had come in and then left, because all the doors and windows have sensors that make a chime when a door or window is open. I did not hear a chime, and no one who lived in the house should have been home. My wife was at work, and my son was at school. I quickly got up and did my best to listen to see if there really was someone in the house. I went to check and looked through each bedroom, through the kitchen, through the bathrooms. The front door was locked, and there's no way that anyone could have entered the house or run through it and left, as I said. I don't know what I heard, but it was definitely heavy footsteps, even though it was empty. Before I begin my story, I'll give you a quick summary of the location where this happened. At my middle school, in the other half of the building built in the 1950s at some point. All the classrooms have little windows next to them. My reason for bringing this up is a horrifying event that took place during my 5th class today involving one of these said windows. I walked into the classroom and set my stuff down, preparing to ask the boy next to me named Cameron if he had a pencil. As I was about to open my mouth, I heard a loud smacking sound followed by a crunch, followed by a shattering type noise. Sort of like when you drop a box of pencils or markers. All of a sudden, I was deafened by screams of shock and agony. My classmates were now in the hall, shocked by something just barely out of my line of sight. I walked into the hallway with them. Being on the shorter end of the height spectrum, I had to shove my way to the front of the group. What I saw next will haunt my dreams for the rest of my life. I saw a girl rolling around on the floor, smearing blood on the dirty linoleum tiles. At first I couldn't tell what happened, but I got the picture after a few seconds. This girl was a special needs student. After being rejected by a boy in her class, she went completely ballistic and without thinking had punched one of the windows next to a neighboring classroom's door. There was broken glass and blood everywhere. Thankfully, the classroom next to ours is vacant, and no one was in there at the time of the incident. After about 10 minutes, teachers got the situation calmed down. The girl was completely insane and tried to fight the man who came to help her. The school ended up going into a lockdown. She had to go to the hospital, and even though no one really knew her, we were all in legitimate shock by the horrible scene. I really hope that she's getting the help she needs, and hope that she doesn't have a fistful of glass shards. I've seen some really crazy things at my school, but that might have been the most messed up thing I've ever witnessed. In 1999, I moved back to Washington State after traveling around the country for 4 years. My grandmother let me move in with her for a while so that I could get back on my feet. I hated the basement of her house. Always have. But it was free rent, and she was cool with Chuck, my 90-pound black lab. Plus, my Gramps and I got along pretty well. Late one night, about 3 months into me staying there, I woke up because Chuck kept moving around on the bed and was shaking the mattress. Then I heard him start grumping. You know, those grumpy groans that old dogs make when you scratch behind their ears and they love it. He started doing that. Once I realized what I was hearing, I sat up to yell at him to go back to sleep. That's when I discovered the reason that he was moving around so much. He was trying to get closer to the woman who was standing right next to my bed, scratching him behind the ear. I didn't scream, and I'm proud of that. But also, what the actual hell? Where did she come from? Who was she? Why was she standing in my room petting my dog at 3 a.m.? I was too afraid to ask. I did the only thing I knew how to in those situations. I hid under the blanket. Certainly she would be gone by the time I re-emerged from underneath it. That's how these things are supposed to work, right? I waited for a little while, but when I came out from under the blanket, she was still there. So I hid under there again, 3 more times. Every time I came back out, she would still be there, smiling at me and scratching my dog's ears. The last time I was under the covers, I realized that I wasn't actually afraid of the woman. Chuck and I met under stressful situations for both of us, and because of that, he and I had a super strong bond. I trusted him implicitly. If she had meant me harm, he would have reacted to her negatively. But his reaction was clearly positive, so I figured that she probably wasn't there to kill me. So I came out from under the blanket one last time, intending to deal with the freaky woman still standing right next to me. Somehow I had decided that by turning on the light, it would make her disappear. I reached over and snapped on the bedside lamp. I don't know why I thought that would work. Is that even a thing? Are ghosts supposed to disappear in the light? Well, I turned it on and she didn't, so I don't think it's a real thing. By then, she had been standing at my bedside petting Chuck for several minutes, and I was out of ghost-busting options, so I gave up on being terrified and just looked at her. Really looked at her. I can still see her right now in my mind, dressed up in a classy brown pantsuit with a cream-colored blouse. She had shoulder-length auburn hair styled beautifully with these big loopy curls. She looked like she had been on her way to work a party, and she had only stopped for a second to say hello. She was very pretty. She looked happy. I didn't have the nerve to talk to her, or at least I don't remember speaking, but I stayed present, and we both looked at each other for quite a while. I remember having the distinct impression of her knowing that I was there, of both of us being aware of the other. Then she stopped petting Chuck and walked to the end of my bed, stood up straight and proud, and dissolved away. I mean that very literally. First her clothes, then her skin, her organs, and her bones. Like that Nazi at the end of Indiana Jones and the Raiders of the Lost Ark. I remember what her blood looked like as it dissolved to reveal her skeleton. That should be a gross and terrifying memory, but I don't recall it like that. At the time, it felt like she was doing it on purpose. Like she had wanted to make the most dramatic exit that she could manage. I remember thinking, this should scare the pants off of me, but also, wow. Somehow, I did go back to sleep. In the morning, over coffee, I was going to tell my grandmother about what had happened, but she had just received an upsetting phone call. Apparently, her best friend from high school, Ursula, had passed away in the middle of the night. I'd heard stories about their teenage shenanigans, especially the one about the stolen birthday cake. But I never saw a picture of Ursula, so I asked what she looked like. I couldn't tell you what she looked like these days, but when she was young, she had the most beautiful curly auburn hair, is what my grandmother said. That's not the only weird thing that happened in my grandmother's basement, but it does remain the most vivid, without a doubt. I don't usually really believe in most myths and legends and stuff like that, but something I recently witnessed made me doubt myself. I don't know if I'm just being paranoid, but I might have had a very close encounter with something that is definitely not human and scared me out of my mind. Basically, last night I decided to go hang out with a close friend and skateboard around a bit, and I met some other friends from school down by a grocery store there. We decided to hang out for a while and walk around, and they told my friend and I that they needed to start walking home, and that they wanted to show us some apparently cool, sketchy treehouse, where people always go to chill and do drugs and whatnot on the way. We start walking that way, mostly through just suburban neighborhoods, and at that point, it's almost completely dark outside. There were around 7 of us at first, and people mostly started heading out until it was just said friend and I and a girl who had agreed to take us to see the treehouse since it was fairly close to her home. We take this pretty open path to a chain link fence with a hole in it. We go through using our phones as flashlights, and not far after there's another chain link fence with a hole in it, with the treehouse right behind, surrounded by loose bushes and a small forest. We're pretty scared at that point since it's dark, so the friend and the girl stay behind the fence while I go through the hole just outside. After looking at the treehouse for a few seconds, we start hearing rustling in the bushes. But although scared, dismiss it as a small animal, or maybe even one of our friends just messing with us since it's pretty close to several houses. Like an idiot, I keep standing outside the small hole in the fence, not moving while the rustling keeps moving around. We called out several times with no response, and the thing, whatever it was, kept shuffling and scuffing around in the bushes a little bit, rustling every few seconds. I tried looking, and could barely see it, but guessed that it was around half my height. It kept on, and after a bit we realized from the footstep patterns that it has begun to walk on 2 legs. This just about does it for us, and we get out of there, looking behind us every couple of seconds. On our way back, said friend told me earlier by the treehouse that he had caught a glimpse of something moving that was a whitish-gray color, a bit bigger than a large dog. I visited this treehouse again today with a couple more friends, and actually went up this time. But gladly, we didn't see or hear anything. And yes, I know that I would be the idiot to die in a horror movie. I live in a small town, and things like rumors tend to spread pretty quickly since folks around here are incredibly nosy beings. The most trusted source of these rumors is the local bar located in the center of the small settlement that we live in, which my father visits frequently. It is right by the school that I go to. Anyway, 2 weeks before all this bullcrap started, he came back with quite the story. It is said that something off has been going on with our town's graveyard, which is right by these creepy old woods a little bit away from the town itself. Usually takes 20 minutes to get there by car. Apparently, drunkards there claim that there's a medium disguised as a homeless man hanging around the woods surrounding the graveyard, and that sometimes he can even be found by the graves eating bread. At first I didn't believe it, so me and my friend decided to walk to the graveyard and hang around there trying to find that guy. So we did, and the graveyard was full of people for a few hours, but the normal kind of people. A few more hours passed, and soon there was no one left except for an old, bearded man on the bench by the football field across the woods in the parking lot. He was looking at empty plastic bags with a box of cigarettes resting beside him. Nothing suspicious. My friend had the guts to walk up to him and insult him. I walked away from her, but when she crossed the line, I pulled her away, telling her that he may be a serial killer or a crazy drug addict. But he remained quiet until she yanked her hand away from mine, grabbed his box of cigarettes, and crushed it under her feet. She also threatened to hurt him if he didn't speak, and that's when he stood up and looked her dead in the eyes, and he was much taller than her too. He told her something along the lines of, "You are a disgrace in the eyes of God," and walked away onto the road until we lost track of him. I started to worry, and told her that maybe he was a priest or a monk, and now was going to tell everyone in our town how she had mocked him, and I was actually afraid. She reassured me that he was none of these things, because he had cigarettes with him, but I think those weren't even his. That night I slept over at her house because I was scared to go back to mine alone. I woke up in the middle of the night, and since I was sleeping in the same bed with her, I had a clear view of the pitch-black shadow of a man standing over her right beside her bed, his palm on her wrist. I raised my body, getting ready to stand up, but he turned his head to me and started to shake it from left to right. So I figured it was a lucid dream and rolled over to the other side, drifting back to sleep. The next morning, she looked pale and ghostly, and I asked her if she got enough rest. She informed me that she did not even sleep and kept having problems with her breathing and her heartbeat. I was so scared that I almost pissed myself right there and then, and as of now, I am home alone and feeling like I am being watched. About 2 years ago, I visited the Auschwitz concentration camp with my parents. At one point, I separated from them because they are always slow while sightseeing. I entered the room that I later found out was used for torturing prisoners. Generally, throughout Auschwitz, I was feeling an overwhelming sadness, but I felt really strange in there. Sadness, helplessness, and apathy all mixed together. Then I heard a woman's voice singing. I was alone, and there were no speakers. I left this room and immediately stopped hearing that voice. When I returned to the room, the singing started up again, and I was still alone. I stayed there feeling an overwhelming sadness still, until my mother joined me. Then the singing stopped altogether. Unfortunately, I don't recall what she was singing about, just that the song and the whole vibe of the place carried this incredible, intense melancholy. I'm a die-hard agnostic skeptic with an open mind. I believe that anything is possible, but I want a logical and preferably scientific reason behind that anything. The last 10 days, however, have been absolutely insane. It started when I was a little kid. In my memories, I see kids between the ages of 5 and 11 with solid black eyes and smiles too big for their faces. I had a bad childhood, so I just figured they were added memories by an imaginative mind, because that's the answer that solidly fits my skeptical scientific worldview. Last month, I started seeing a girl. She told me about her experiences with sleep paralysis and shadow people. I explained to her that it was a rational experience caused by being in a hypnagogic state. Then she brought up the Cheshire cat kids. Her recollections matched mine as a child. It was unnerving to say the least, and she and I spent almost an hour discussing the most minute details about them. Our stories matched. So, she does acid with her friends about 10 days ago, and told me that she stepped outside. A group of 6 of them were waiting for her. They showed her scenes from my life that were my darkest. She described them to me too accurately for her to have heard them from a second-hand source, which would be hard to do anyway, considering that I don't like sharing such detailed information. They then told her that I was going to die soon, and that she should stay away from me. This has put a monkey wrench into one of the most promising relationships of my 25 years. Since that night, I have nightmares of them coming into my room, licking my forehead, and showing me the memories of my past as if they were happening in that moment, complete with smells, sounds, sights, etc. I have written this part off as my subconscious mind reacting with my long-dormant PTSD, but they got more and more vivid. While this is happening, she has been distancing herself more and more. Last night was the weirdest part of the tale, however. I was driving down a windy country road to calm myself, and a pair of headlights flies from around a bend and runs me off the road, almost into a tree. When I looked, however, there was no car, and the headlights extinguished after passing me. I'm chalking all of this up to anxiety-started delusions and possible schizophrenia, but I cannot explain how she knew what she did, and why all of this is suddenly happening. This happened around 12 years ago when a group of teens and a few adult chaperones went to a youth conference that was being held at the casino in Minneapolis. Being teenage girls, my friend and I met these guys and decided to snag. I'm native, so that's like hooking up. We stayed out past our curfew and walked around the casino with them, venturing to the golf course. If you've ever been here, the course is huge. We walk over a few small hills that blocked the casino light, and it was moonlit so we could still see pretty well. One of the guys stops and says, "What's that?" So we follow his gaze and see this extremely tall, white, almost glowing figure loping along the next hillside. It looked like the aliens you see on TV, tall and slender, but instead of being green, it was completely white. None of us made a sound as we watched it for a few more seconds, when it turned suddenly and started coming in our direction. We immediately took off running and didn't stop until we were back inside the casino. We all had tears in our eyes, and we didn't talk about it after that. I don't remember even telling our chaperones and friends because we got in so much trouble when our group found us. I definitely believe in each tribe's ghost stories, though I never asked anyone about this particular area. For some context, I live in an apartment with 3 other people while we go to college, but it's currently just me until January since the others went back home. I was singing a song that got stuck in my head when I heard whistling from the kitchen at the same time to the same tune. I thought one of the other roommates may have come back early, so I shouted out to them, but didn't get a response. I went to the kitchen, which is only just a few feet from the bathroom, and no one was there or anywhere else in the apartment. I checked the hallway outside, but didn't see anyone or hear a door open and shut in the few seconds that it took for me to get to the door. The whistling was very airy, as if it was someone who couldn't whistle very well. This isn't the first thing that happened to me in the last few weeks, but it's definitely the weirdest. It could just be my imagination, but it sounded like someone was directly outside the bathroom door, whistling toward it. The other thing that happened was far less weird, and could have just been me not paying attention, but I came back from work to find that the lights in my roommate's room were on, and the fan was blowing out at the door. Even though no one had been home, and the other roommates' families lived quite a long ways from here. I asked where they were, and all of them sent back replies, showing that they were nowhere near the apartment. My boyfriend and I were big fans of nautical history, so we decided to spend our Valentine's Day in 2007 on the Queen Mary. As I'm sure most of you are aware, it's reported to be haunted. That was also the kind of thing that appealed to us, but mostly we have BAs in European history, so it was just cool in general. Anyhow, we got a historical suite, meaning that it was mostly like it had been when the ship was commissioned aside from an old TV. The first night, Valentine's Day night, when we stayed there, we both woke up to what sounded like the drawers of the built-in dresser being opened and slammed shut repeatedly. We're both not the types to freak out and run, but I can't really say why we were both so low-key that we just acknowledged that the other was okay and eventually went back to sleep. Mainly because it was truly alarming at the time. Maybe we just trusted that if we were both okay, that everything else was okay? I really don't know. But then, we didn't know the history about the room. The next day, we went on the ghost tour. Turns out that we were sleeping in the second most haunted room on the ship. The room next door was Churchill's suite, where he planned battles during World War II. While we didn't experience the cigar smell that many have reported while staying in that room, it was still interesting that without knowing our room was known to have paranormal events happen, we did have an experience. We had some really weird camera malfunctions in the engine room, as well as creepy, aggressive feelings in an old museum room on the ship, which we only found because we tried to get into every unlocked room that there was. It honestly felt like someone was creeping up behind our backs. But again, just feelings, so shrug. Anyway, that's my Valentine's Day ghost story. This happened a couple years ago on a friend's property. His property line comes up to a heavily wooded area where strange stuff is heard at night. We were hanging out in a small shed out back. I had just introduced one of my childhood friends to this guy, and we were hanging out when we hear his pit bulls going crazy, barking and growling at the woods. Then, an extremely loud, high-pitched shrieking comes from the woods, which made my childhood friend jump. As soon as the shriek was heard, his pit bulls came running in, one of them hiding under my chair. A minute or two later, we see 3 sets of very large, opalescent eyes staring into the shed. We started hearing small, light shrieks as they moved closer to us. I could just barely make out a completely white, gray, bony form before my buddy tells us to cover our ears. As soon as I cover my ears, he pulls out an old revolver and fires 3 shots out the open door, chasing these things off. I looked over at my childhood friend, who just looks like he had a heart attack. My buddy puts the gun on the small table and tells me to take him home, which I gladly did. I've been back over there a few times, and every now and then I hear a shriek coming from the woods, accompanied by my buddy pulling back the hammer of his gun. I had a dream last night that I was being shown a series of gorillas in cages. In the dream, my brother told me that they had developed new technology to allow me to feel the touch of their hands through the cages. Sort of like the suits in Ready Player One. Weird dream logic. Anyway, I'm being dragged through the enclosure, and one of the gorillas strokes my head, neck, and back. The thing is, I could actually feel this sensation in my body. I have never, ever felt anything palpably in a dream. My reaction to the sensation was a deep-set revulsion. The creepy thing is that it felt like there was a creature surveying my sleeping body, stroking it like a piece of meat to play with, while imbuing my dreams with an excuse as to why it was happening. Stranger still was that when I opened my eyes after the dream, I could feel this huge hand cupped over my mouth. I felt completely powerless to the creature. It was as though it had little tangible intelligence, but I could feel its feral nature enjoying the moment. It felt like something had lain down behind me in bed. Every time I opened my eyes, I could feel its massive hand over my mouth. Chalk it up to the mind playing tricks, or whatever. It was creepy and intimidating. So me and my girlfriend went to Eagle Nest, New Mexico to do some salmon and trout fishing, but by the time we got settled in, it was already too dark. So I had the bright idea to go hiking in the dark, with only flashlights provided by our phones. So I checked Google Maps and saw they had some trails along a river in the Cimarron State Park. We went along Toby Trail and went around half a mile up and decided to turn around because we started hearing noises and felt a little uneasy. As we were heading back, my girlfriend stopped and listened and said she swears she heard something. She shined her light toward the forward part of the trail, and I did the same. We both saw some huge, gray figure that was way bigger than a bear, and we just bolted. We ran for about 20 seconds, maybe 30, and looked back, and it was still keeping up with us. It then makes a horrible, deep sound that was about the mixture of a sheep, goat, and ram all at once. We make it back to my truck safely, but then we decide to pull back up to the gate to the trail to see if it was still there. But we see a man on a horse that we didn't notice when we were running back. He never asked us what we were running from or yelling at, and the horse was brown, so it couldn't have been the horse that we thought was the creature. We're both so confused as to what it could have possibly been. We didn't notice any eye reflection when we shined the light towards it, and I swear it made no noise when it was following us. It didn't look like a Wendigo or a skinwalker. It was way too large. Around 2013, my senior year of high school, my mom, brother, and 2 friends planned a Halloween ghost hunt type deal. We headed out to this park that was notoriously haunted. We even made sure to go at 3 a.m. to get maximum results. One friend brought her camera and got tons of orbs. Not the most solid evidence, but pretty cool regardless. My brother decides to sit on the end of the pier on the lake and do some recordings. He ends up getting the clearest, creepiest EVP I've ever heard in my life. About 2 minutes in, he asks a question. It goes quiet, and you can clearly hear a man's voice yelling out, "Don't shoot," followed by a few seconds of silence, and then an agonized groan. None of us heard this until we played it back in the car. I remember shivers running down my spine, and I started crying because I was so scared of it. I still have the recording, but I only ever show it to people that I trust. That wasn't the only strange thing that happened that night, but it was by far the one that sticks with us all the most. My brother has only listened to it that one time in the car afterward. He refuses to listen to it again. It's been 6 years. Back in 2018, I decided to move out to another state. My friend's mom said that she had seen me a few times on our street at 4 a.m. while she was driving to work. I came back in 2019 and stayed for a couple of weeks and then left to a different state. A couple of nights after I had left, my friend says that she was getting out of her friend's car to head to the front door when she sees me heading to the front door with my 2 red suitcases and the guitar case that I had. She said that once she got out, I turned around and went across the street, going in front of the headlights, where she got a good look at me. I was wearing the same clothes that I had left in, had the same suitcases, and the same guitar case. They say it's a skinwalker, which would make sense because the entire area we live in were Indian burial sites. The area has always been supercharged with energy, but from my understanding, skinwalkers imitate animals? I'm not sure what it was. Definitely wasn't a ghost, because I'm still alive. But now I'm back here with my friend at the same house, and I would really like to know what could be impersonating me. I'm an actor at a haunted attraction in Pennsylvania. I was playing Jason on the hayride scene tonight. I hop up on the hayride and walk up and down the middle of it and scare people. This is my 2nd year doing it, and I absolutely love this gig. But tonight, something happened that I couldn't explain. It was the second to last wagon of the evening. I was in the middle of the wagon, headed toward the front, when I got a really bad gut feeling that something was off. I got chills immediately and tried to hide the feeling of terror I had at that moment from customers. I turned my head, and to my left I saw a girl staring at me. She looked completely normal at first, until she blinked. In what seemed like hours, I saw her blink in slow motion, her eyes going from the sides and meeting at the middle. After the first blink, I saw her eyes turn completely black. She cracked a small smile while staring at me straight through my mask and into my soul. I heard her laugh inside my head. I was frozen for a moment, and she blinked again and she looked normal. My body unfroze, and I tried my best to finish the wagon. This was literally the scariest thing that's ever happened to me in my life. What did I see? In the home where I lived from ages 8 to 16, I would always hear church bells ringing early in the morning. My sister, who shared a room with me, said that she heard them as well, and this was before I ever mentioned them to her, so I know that it wasn't my imagination playing tricks on me. I never even thought it was weird until I was in my early teens when I realized that we don't live near any churches, or at least not any active churches. I was so used to it that I'd never really even taken the time to actually consider it. When I brought it up to my mom, she had no clue what I was talking about. It was the same with my next-door neighbors and other friends from the neighborhood.